Tonight on the Black Channel, after a couple of weeks of sober reflection on their election year defeat, have the Democrats learned their lesson? Oh, of course, don't be silly. The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, the everlasting superfortress of intelligent black thought. We are the Black Media, and this is the Black Channel, and I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college and university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program here, we're going to go ahead and take a look at this. Now, of course, I told you how this was going to go. I've been saying this for a decade, that if the scenario plays out like this, that this is the way it's going to go. And of course, that's exactly the way it's working out. Now, to any sane person, you would be of the mind that after seeing what occurred here, that there would be a complete reset and reboot, that they would understand that the engine doesn't just need a tune-up or a couple of tweaks. You need a whole new engine and probably a whole new car. But you see, the apparatus, this is not by accident it operates the way that it does. It's not by accident it got where it is. They do not wish to change what it is. They're just trying to figure out how to get you to go along with what they're doing. So what are their priorities? After figuring out that they lost the election, the black vote went down. Their overall numbers were down, but that black vote went down. And realizing in the key areas that they needed to win, the black vote stayed home. Have they decided to do a 180? Have they decided to do some introspection? Have they decided they need to go ahead and re-examine what they're doing and make some substantive, substantial, considerable changes? Oh no. This is Jen Psaki, straight out of the Biden White House, by the way. She's got her nice little cush job in corporate media. She made sure she got her a nice little cush job in corporate media. And now that she doesn't have a political party to back her anymore, well, she isn't letting that get in her way. This is what Jen Psaki has to say about what the priorities should be now.
All of your lives. There's obviously a lot of soul searching right now going on within the Democratic Party, and that's a good thing. But what I worry about is that in the course of all that soul searching, some Democrats might reach the wrong sweeping conclusions. And there are a lot of issues that fall into that bucket. But one in particular that stuck out to me is transgender rights. Republicans spent hundreds of millions of dollars on anti-trans ads this election cycle, including one that showed Vice President Harris talking about government funding for gender reaffirming care for prisoners and detainees. If that sounds like a particularly obscure issue, it is, because it applies to a tiny group of people.
Then why are you so obsessed with a, quote, tiny group of people that you've raised it to the top of the agenda? Why is that then, Jen? If it's so obscure and so insignificant, then why is it you've made that leapfrog far more substantial things that have not been dealt with? You're putting that on the front burner at the top of the agenda. You look real weird, or you look real suspect.
And it's also a policy that, by the way, was in place during the first Trump presidency. Another one of the lines that ran over and over again in those ads and throughout right-wing media is this idea that America is faced with a crisis of boys playing in girls' sports. Now, these ads created this perception that the issues of trans kids playing sports was dominating schools across the country.
Well, it's dominating your reporting here, and it's dominating your attention, so very clearly there must be something to it, because you didn't move on to things that are far more important, like a black agenda. You're not dealing with that. You're trying to ignore it and put this out there as if this is what we need to focus on.
which is completely false. But some people got pulled into that argument. I mean, immediately after the election, Congressman Seth Moulton told the New York Times that, quote, Democrats spend way too much time trying not to offend anyone rather than being brutally honest about the challenges many Americans face. I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over on a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete. But as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. And then last weekend, Congressman Moulton came on this network to discuss those comments. Reflection is good, but if that were reflection is good, but if that were actually an issue at thousands of schools across the country, it would be worthy of a debate.
So in other words, she's saying she's defending biological males playing in female sports. She sat here to sit there. I mean, you can see the cringe on her face. She was marched out here to say, by the way, we need to let biological boys play in girl sports. Not focusing on the big things you need to, not even focusing on something sensible. You look like a crazed wacko and you're talking like one. This is what they're choosing to focus on. This is what they learned after the election. I mean, they're doubling down on what got their asses kicked. First of all, it's a bad issue. The policy is horrendous and psycho. You look screwed up out of your mind even talking about this. Please seek therapy and psychotropic drugs. And oh yeah, by the way, she wants to make this the topic of conversation. If you all thought that Epstein Island was someplace outside of America, no it isn't. Epstein Island is New York City, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles. And they're letting you know, by the way, we intend to keep Epstein Island rolling.
But there are just incredibly few examples of transgender girls playing in youth sports.
There are few examples. She didn't say there were none, and she didn't say that it was right. Well, there's few examples. Okay, ma'am. Okay, so we're against that, right? Oh, no. Epstein Island rolls on.
And when we see those examples, there isn't evidence that these kids are a threat to safety or fairness. When I say
she just sat here and told you there's no examples that biological males playing with female girls are a threat or a danger.
But there are just incredibly few examples of transgender girls playing in youth sports. And when we see those examples, there isn't evidence that these kids are a threat to safety or fairness. When I say few examples, I mean that if you were to count the examples of
I mean, folks, this is what the Democrats are choosing to focus on. This is what they learned. I mean, understand something. This is from just 5 hours ago, not 5 days ago, 5 hours before I took to this microphone to speak to you right now, 5 hours ago. This is what she's literally using NBC's airwaves to promote and to say, well, ain't no problems over here. And this is the theme I want you all to pick up from tonight. When you talk to the Democrats, what they're going to tell you is that everything is fine. The only problem is that, quote, Republicans or, quote, conservatives out-propagandized them, out-communicated them, out-yelled them. Not that their policies are bad. The Democrats are saying now, nothing wrong with our policies or our positions. We just didn't execute communicating to people how great it is. These are great things. This isn't a problem. She's sitting up here telling you, the voters, doesn't matter what you think, it's not a problem. The only place we failed was that Republicans demonized it, not because it's a bad idea. But then again, how do you think Jen Psaki got to be in the White House in the first place? If there's a thorough investigation, you'll find out the same as all the others. How do you think that a Karine Jean-Pierre gets there? These females with these sketchy sexual histories. That's what you got to have to get down for to get up there. And Jen, I would love for us to do an investigation to find out, by the way, is there smoke or fire? Why are you so concerned about something that you started off by conceding? By the way, this is statistically insignificant, and yet you are going hard body for it and saying how important this needs to be. Don't you have far more important things to focus on? Unless you don't have anything more important to focus on, because this is the reason you're there. And that without this, you don't actually want to be there. Everything else is the window dressing. The sexual stuff is the real reason you're there. And you need the rest of the country to go along with it so that you and the folks who own you can continue going ahead and getting the freak off popping.
Transgender girls playing youth sports in any single state, the number often rounds to 0. Take Utah. When a transgender athlete ban was passed there in 2022, there was a grand total of one transgender girl playing in youth sports.
Then why are you so concerned about it? Why does this bother you so much to such a critical extent that it's topping your agenda? It's leapfrogged everything else. Don't look now, ma'am. Your freak off is showing.
When South Dakota passed a ban, only one transgender girl had competed in high school sports since 2013. In fact, when these bans were making their way through Republican state houses in 2021, legislators in more than 20 states could not cite a single instance in their own state or region where a transgender athlete competing was a problem.
Then if it's not affecting anybody, why are you so psychotically obsessed with it? You lost the damn black vote, and rather than speak on that, rather than focus on that, you're focusing on what you just confessed is a non-issue. Now, understand what's really going on here. She's saying this is a non-issue. Then why in the hell are you obsessed over it, Jen? It's such a non-issue that you're ignoring the real issues that got your party's ass kicked in the election so you can focus on this? Very clearly, it's not insignificant to you. Very clearly, this is more important than losing the election. Obviously, this is more important to you than whether you win an election or not, whether you stay in power or not. You only want power so you can promote this. And your own personal form of weird, wacky, way out kink, that's up to you. But when you start bringing this over into the political sphere, by the way, you don't just sound crazy, you sound stupid. And being crazy and stupid at the same time is a bad combination, ma'am.
And yet, the noise on this issue has been constant. And according to Donald Trump, that is on purpose.
The noise on the issue, so it's noise. And as I said, she's not saying that the policy is bad and they need to focus their energies on something else. She's saying, oh, everybody else is, we can't get the message out about how great this is. Didn't learn a damn thing. Stay the course. Keep on rolling on. That's what she learned. That's what they learned from it. They've had a couple of weeks to reflect, and they're saying that the only mistake was that they didn't get to communicate properly, or they were shouted down and drowned out by other voices. Not that what she's saying is really sick and perverted. Not that. And oh yeah, notice what she's not talking about. A black agenda. Notice what she's not mentioning, because that's the whole point of plucking out some insignificant fraction of a percentage of the population and raising that to be a priority. You ain't dealt with the black thing yet. Shouldn't we deal with that? Shouldn't everything else get cleared off the table so you deal with that? But what I tell you all with Joe Biden, they're going to prop up anything and everything. They're going to sit up here and tell you that we need to turn dandelions blue before we deal with the black agenda. We're going to get into how skullduggerous they actually are about this. We're going to get into that. Of course, this would not be complete. We would not have a complete analysis unless we go talk to the chief shill of the Democrats, Roland Martin, the gift that keeps on giving. He's trying to do an analysis now where the Democrats went wrong. Well, first of all, the Democrats went wrong by having you around. That's the first problem. But I want you all to hear what he had to say here, and it really, really gets frighteningly stupid when you hear this. By the way, fair use, bowling ball, fair use.
Second. I'm going to pull it up for you. Here we go. All right. This was, nope, not yet. Don't go to me yet.
Yeah, Roland got to be careful when he pulls up on his iPad. Roland got to be careful when he pulls up on his iPad. Don't want to mess around and pull up the iPad screen and then see Mike Tyson, walking. What? Roland got to be careful with that iPad. He got to make sure before you turn the iPad on now. Let's make sure we don't pop up. Let me get my Andrew Gillum video off of here right quick. It's what I'm really about. No wonder Roland hates, quote, misogyny and toxic masculinity. Okay, so the Andrew Gillum stuff ain't toxic masculinity. That's smooth masculinity. All right.
Here we go. Let me find it right here. Okay, this here dealt with, said Georgia is the first state to release full vote history for 2024. As a share of the citizen voting age population, turnout rates went up for all groups compared to 2020, except Black Georgians. So look at this data right here, okay? And the total turnout in Georgia was 65.9%. Look at these elections, 57.4, 52.7, 65.5, 50.7. So turnout in Georgia was higher in 2024 than it was during COVID. Look at that white number. During COVID, now I want you to look at those numbers.
Y'all, he is stumbling and stuttering because there's a brutal reality in here that really just wipes the floor with him as it always does. He's desperately trying to explain this away and whitewash this away in a manner that's complimentary to him. It doesn't go very well.
In the 2016 election, white turnout was 62.7%. In November 2020, white turnout went up almost 10 points to 72.1%. White turnout in November of this year was 74%. Now, let's look at Hispanic. Hispanic was 33.5 in 2016, was 38.6 in 2020. It jumps almost 4 points to 42.3% in 2024.
So all the jackasses out there trying to say the Hispanic vote was a factor in these swing states and whatnot. By the way, hold this L, dumbest of the dumb people. This won't even register to you. So just math is not your strong suit. Critical thinking is not your strong suit. Tying your shoelaces is not your strong suit. So hold this L, sit down, and continue eating your stale fries from under the couch. But there is one point right here. By the way, the Latino vote has been consistently moving to the right, even as it increases in the areas where it increases in numbers, is consistently moving to the right. And yet Roland Martin is the chief advocate for trying to get more over. He wants to bring more, even though he's showing that those numbers are undermining the so-called black vote. He's also the chief advocate for bringing more of those in. Now, that's the real point here we're making. He's going to acknowledge that these white numbers and whatnot, that this is undermining the black vote, but he's the biggest advocate for bringing more in, while simultaneously trying to claim to you that he's primarily advocating for the black vote, and yet all these other factors that would undermine it, he's number one saying, and we need more of them. And his little panel of failed advocates and socialists are doing the same thing. So he's number one for that. And of course, I'm going to cut through here because his biggest issue, of course, is that the Democrats are not spending enough money with him. And that if they had just gone ahead and spent more money with him, then everything would be all right if they had just done that.
Gary Chambers always talks about it. What's happening in Louisiana. Folks, this is across the country. And so a lot of folk don't understand this. And so I will say this, and let me be clear.
What kind of chair is that he's sitting on? He's bouncing up and down. What kind of chair? That must be an industrial strength gyroscope that he's sitting on. Damn! See him bounce like that. Oh, that must be some 18-wheeler diesel brakes, air brakes that he's sitting on. To have that kind of cushion to it there, what kind of shock absorber? What kind of skyscraper shock absorber is he sitting on to be bouncing up and down like that? So I know they don't sell that at IKEA.
The strategy that was given to Vice President Kamala Harris was stuck on stupid. Follow what I'm saying here. Listen to me very clearly. They handed Vice President Kamala Harris a campaign strategy that was the same as Joe Biden. That's Jen O'Malley Dillon. Anita Dunn got walked out. That's pretty much what it was.
So he's beating up on this Jen O'Malley chick because obviously he's like, y'all need to quit spending money with the white women, letting them do that. And y'all really need to let me take care of the strategy, even though he's the most incompetent individual in the room and everything that he advised actually failed. Roland got his way during the election. They did the things he talked about. It failed, Roland. Once again, just like Jen Psaki, Roland isn't saying that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were the problem. He's saying where they spent the money, advertising, and who was in charge of getting consulting fees. That's the only real mistake that they made. But that their policies were great. Their country is great. Black folk are doing great. Everything's great. You just need somebody to properly communicate to black folk how great things are going.
This is what I have been long saying. If you don't spend your money on concerts in Atlanta and you put that money on the ground, I would love to look at a forensic analysis to say how much money was spent on concerts in Atlanta.
As I said, we here in the black media, we've been saying the problem is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and their anti-black policies, their anti-black agenda. Roland is saying that's not true. He's telling you that's not an issue. He is not once bringing up the anti-black policies of Biden and Harris. He's fine. He thinks that's doing great. He's saying the only mistake is where they spent their money advertising. Their policies are great. How they treat black folk is great. Black folk is doing great. The only issue is they didn't get the right people to advertise and publicize for them. So just listen to what he just said. My issue isn't, well, paying for concerts. What about their screwed up anti-black policies? How about that? Nope, no issues there. So please understand what he's saying. I've been saying this now for over a decade. I've been saying this now for the past 5 years, the last 3 years, 2 years, 1 year. Folks, he's telling you Biden and Harris's policies ain't no problem. Everything fine, everything great. The only mistake, the only issue is they didn't have the right publicists and the right consultants to advertise for them. And that if they had gotten him, he could have let the rest of us know how great things are for us, that we just think it's bad, but in reality, it's going great.
I totally understand media attention. And let me be real clear. I am not chastising Meg Thee Stallion. I'm not chastising any of these different people.
Nigga, them females don't want them for you. Take that, wear my hug somewhere else. Then Meg Thee Stallion is not interested in that. She'd rather go ahead and have another shootout with Tory Lane than to get your arms around her.
And deal with it, nigga.
I'm speaking about how do you win? Mm-hmm. And I'm just going to tell y'all, because I've already said it before, but this is exactly what I said to the VP in November of 2023 when we had the dinner with her. And I've said it, y'all, numerous times, ever said to other people. This is what Roland Martin said. The Biden-Harris campaign from January to July.
Okay, now this part right here is important, folks. Jason, you putting words in his mouth for all you latecomers who are new to the new black media. Well, Jason, I listen to Roland Martin after I get home from church. In case you thought that what I was saying there before was misrepresentation or overstating it or putting words in somebody's mouth, he's about to say exactly what I just told you. There are no problems with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's policies toward black people. The only issue is that they haven't educated and communicated properly, but that their policies are great and that everything in black society is great And they just need to do a better job of communicating and educating us about what a great job that they've been doing. Listen to him say it himself.
To the VP in November of 2023, when we had the dinner with her, and I've said it, y'all, numerous times ever since.
Oh yeah, another nigga at dinner with him. I know I'm stopping a lot here, but oh yeah, another nigga at dinner. Steve Harvey, D.L. Hughley, Shannon Sharp, Roland Martin. Oh yeah, another group of niggas who go to dinner with her. And he should have been at dinner with her. He should have been at 24-hour fitness if he was going to be anywhere talking to her. But oh yeah, by the way, yeah, yet another group of niggas who get to go home and have dinner with Kamala Harris, and then they're going to come back out here and tell the rest of us, all right, get your ass together here. The black clergy used to be the ones they went to. Now they go grab some low-rent media niggas and tell them, okay, go get your people in line over there out there. They go have these little secret meetings, these little private meetings, and then they come out the private meeting to tell the rest of us everything is fine. Stop complaining, stop whining, everything going great. Now vote blue no matter what.
When we had the dinner with her, and I've said it, y'all, numerous times ever since to other people. This is what Roland Martin said. The Biden-Harris campaign from January to July should be in a massive education, enlightenment, informative stage. I said, I literally said, y'all should be advertising enough with us to where we are in 6 to 8 cities a month, broadcasting town hall conversations, discussions with black men, black women, young folks. I wanted to do something with Pastor Jamal Bryant at his church, and I only wanted 35 and under in the audience.
What? Nigga, please.
So this is the same Roland the Bowling Ball Martin who 4 years ago said, damn young people, it's all about the civil rights era folk. It's all about them, that those are the only voters that matter, that Biden gonna do it with the senior citizen to dead vote. And damn you young folks talking about you ain't gonna vote and you gonna stay home. Now he's gonna try to act like 4 years later that he wants to talk to the young. What the hell does anybody under the age of 60 want to talk to him for? I want to talk to 35 and under. Dude, that's my audience. They're over here. They're not going to listen to some phony ass clown like you at this point. They see you phony. They see you fake. And then I want to talk to Pastor Jamal Bryant. So him and the clergy. Folks, he's talking about this playbook that for Kamala Harris was written for Joe Biden. Your playbook was written in the damn 20s. Let's go talk to more clergy and academics. But he's telling you what Jason said about him is absolutely right.
With black men, black women, young folks. I wanted to do something with Pastor Jamal Bryant at his church, and I only wanted 35 and under in the audience. Now, let me explain what I'm talking about here. Now, all of a sudden, you're counting numbers. You're actually engaging in conversation. Because what is it the research shows? People said, I ain't know. I didn't know. Now, the vice president did some of this, the opportunity tour, but what I'm talking about wasn't dealing with her.
So he's saying that they should have given him millions of dollars so that he could do multiple city tours over and over and over again. That's what he's saying. That they should have given him if they had gave me millions of dollars, we could have had a whole bunch of town halls. So he's just he's only advocating now and badgering for more consulting fees. That's what he's using his YouTube channel for. Democrats need to give him more money. And then he said, folks said that they didn't know. No, that's not what that's not what black folk were saying. Black folk were saying she doesn't have a black agenda. She's not saying anything for us. Not we don't know. It's she's not saying. I don't know what she's saying for us. Well, look here, she gonna get you more jobs and, more Medicaid, Medicare, and prescription pills. And that is what you need, you stupid ass fool. That's what he's talking about.
These should have been conversations that they were driving with black city council members, black county commissioners, black state reps, black state senators across the country. So imagine if you were organizing these discussions in all of these cities all across the country, and obviously in the 7 battleground states. Now all of a sudden, you're spending 7 months educating, informing, and enlightening people on what actually happened. I said,
do you see what I said? You're enlightening them on what actually happened. So in other words, you thinking that things are bad is a figment of your imagination. And if Kamala Harris had just paid this fat burger here a few $1 million, he would have organized some janky ass town halls with some stale pizza and convinced you that this is all just in your head. Everything's great, and we need to, quote, enlighten you about what, quote, actually happened. As if you don't know what happened because you lived it. He's here to tell you that what you think happened to you, that's not really what occurred. He's here to enlighten you about what's really happening. And that all these stupid notions you have that things are not going well for you, if we get some town halls, we can brainwash you. I mean, enlighten you. I mean, educate you that everything is actually great. And this is just a figment of your imagination that things aren't. He wants to have a town hall so he can bully you into submission that you just think things are not great. Things are actually going real well. You're just kind of stupid. It's going great. So as I said, no problem with their policies. No, there's nothing anti-black. We just need to get your head straightened out. You just too stupid and too slow to realize things are going great. So if Roland's giving enough money, we'll get you straightened out, because the problem is not Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. The problem is your dumb black ass. That's what the problem is. Now throw him some money so he can get us straightened out. What he's literally telling you is that Kamala Harris was 40 or 50 town halls away from being president of the United States. That's what he's telling you. That all those town halls were doing a great job. The only problem is either what he's saying is that she needed to have a lot more, or she needed to have him hosting them. And if she had just let him host the town halls, they were already working, but they would have gotten her in the White House if that had been the case. No issues with her policies. No issue with the fact that when you asked her about black folks, she started stumbling and stuttering and ignoring you. No problem there whatsoever.
Then you go from July, August, September, you now are in a registration phase. Then when you get to September, October, you're now in a voter phase. That's literally how you win.
So, no, Jason did not make it up. Jason did not lie. I didn't exaggerate. That's exactly what he said. Their policies are fine. We just need to communicate and educate. And the only problem is y'all didn't choose the right person to communicate and educate. If you had come and paid Fatburger Unfiltered, then you would have won the White House. And that James Carville and David Axelrod and the white folk in the party don't know how to talk to black folk. Think about that for a few moments. Roland Martin is saying that he knows how to talk to black folk. You stupid ass fools. Y'all dumbasses need to listen to me. That's his idea of talking to black folk. If the white folk don't know how to talk to black folk, he knows how to round the niggas up. That's what he's still trying to sell that damn lie. Now, to take it even further here, folks, there comes a time when somebody like Roland Martin needs to be quiet, utterly embarrassing yourself. And guess what Roland is trying to steal now? When you all hear this, I know you've been floored by a lot of things. Every time his party loses an election, doesn't do well, he starts trying to claim credit for all kinds of stuff that he has been speaking against the entire time. The whole time been speaking against it. He's about to take it to a whole new level here. A whole new level of dishonesty and deceit. He's about to take it to a whole new level. Listen to this.
Is happening, And I don't understand why these people don't get it. And I'm going to say it again right now. For every year you get away from the civil rights movement or the black movement, every year you get away from that movement, African Americans less self-identify as Democrats. Which means that that person is like, I ain't a Democrat, I ain't a Republican. Then they go, you're independent? Man, I ain't saying that, I'm black. Which now means you now have to expend more energy, more time, and more money to go after the group that you historically did not have to expend that amount of time, that amount of energy, and that amount of money. And so the problem is you had this white woman, Jen O'Malley Dillon, with no cultural competency,
right,
who was sitting there, who did not understand what was happening out here when people like me were literally saying it every single day. It was there in the data. It's in the conversations. So you had black folks who were sitting here like, I might choose the couch. The couch was real. When did we start saying the couch was real? In 2023.
What?
Yeah, you heard what you thought you just heard. Roland Martin is trying to take credit for saying we vote in the couch. Roland Martin is trying to say that he's been saying this since 2023. You just heard him. He's saying that I was telling all them white Democrats that the couch is real. I was telling all the white Democrats about the couch. You just heard it. Now, you all know I have not been discussing the couch. Jason Black and the Black Channel built the couch.
And deal with it, nigga.
We made the couch. Like IKEA furniture, we made the couch. The couch was born here. And yet Roland Martin is now attempting to belly up to the bar and claim to all the white folk who don't know any better, or the old niggas on his channel, that he's been warning people about the couch. Well, I guess he can get away with that. He didn't say he created it just yet. But by the way, hey, Roland, I guess this is his way of saying he's been warning them about the Black Channel, the new black media, B1 Society. He's been warning them that our response to this election would be radically different from the smoke and mirrors and lies that he's been selling, that he can galvanize the elderly vote. He was telling them, don't worry, we'll get enough old niggas to show up. And we've been telling him here, we got another thought coming. The demographics have moved in our favor. Now he's trying to play good cop to the white politicians. I told y'all, them B1 folk there, the couch is real. Yeah, now that the couch whooped your ass, now all of a sudden the couch is real. Couch wasn't real for the last couple years. The rest of y'all are just stupid fools talking about sitting out the election. The couch is... Tell me, who are the white folk that he took to task? Show me the programs he did telling the white folk in the Democrat Party that the couch was real. When did you hear him say those words before now? That the couch is real. So Van Jones and Roland Martin and Joy Reid and everybody else who told you that we were Russian bots and that we're just a fringe movement and whatnot, now all of them are saying they are now conceding we run the yard.
And deal with it, nigga.
They are now conceding that they were lying all this time. They were hoping and wishing and praying all this time that it wasn't going to be substantial. Now they're conceding, oh yeah, them niggas over there run the yard. Cell block B1, show your paperwork, nigga. Paperwork check. Paperwork come back dirty, you got to get up off the yard. Oh, don't worry about them. We'll get enough elderly folk to make up for that. Then it failed. Now he's like, I told y'all it was real. I told you. Now that he got his great big wide load ass broken, now he's conceding to the folk that he lost in front of that he doesn't have that level of influence. Because that's what you just said, Roland. If the couch is real, then why is it that you failed to galvanize people? So you're conceding that over here, we told you what we were going to do, and then we did it. You are now conceding that you failed. You swore you were going to get folk galvanized, that we wasn't going to run it, that D.L. Hughley was going to get folk up. You all failed. Now he's admitting that the couch won. This is not, I've been saying this for 2 years now when Roland started showing the cracks in it, that started quoting us, and he was showing that he was worried about our influence for over 2 years now. I've been telling you all, don't believe me. I could be lying to you. I could be deceiving you. Listen to my enemies. Listen to the dead black media. Listen to the cobweb-covered black media. Listen to the antique black media. They're the ones saying that what we're saying is correct. They're the ones admitting that they're worried about us. I've been saying this for 2 years now. You can go back over the programs. I said, don't listen to me, listen to them. They're the ones echoing our talking points. They're the ones showing that they're worried about where this is going. Well, here we are. Okay, if I was just making it up for the last 2 years, the beat rolls on. Folks, he's been telegraphing it for years now that we had the momentum behind us. He was hoping he could stop it. He was hoping he could blunt it. He was hoping he could slow it down. Now he's conceding. I told y'all, them B1 folks gonna run us over. I told you. Okay. Let's be very clear, Roland. You had nothing to do with the couch. You told the white Democrats that you could stop the couch. The couch landed on top of your big ass. Now he's saying, I told y'all about that couch. Dude, we built the couch. We are the couch. Yeah, and you couldn't stop it. So now he's just conceding wasn't nothing they could do. It was just going to be what it's going to be. He tried. The couch won. Tough time to be them. People, I told you, you have patience, you have persistence, you have consistency. This is a game of inches and feet, not miles. We stay consistent, watch it change. Roland Martin is now saying that, but behind the scenes, I was warning white Democrats about the couch, that the couch was real. At the exact same time that he was signing on to YouTube and saying that we were irrelevant. Think about that for a few moments. Same time that he was saying that we were irrelevant, he's now claiming he told them the couch was real. I've told you all forever here, these old dead black media folk are just looking for a job. They're looking for a job. They're looking for somebody to flick a few dollars off the table. They don't have a clue. Now he's going to sit up here and talk. He's been talking about the black vote at the same time advocating that we need to get more illegals in here. With nobody explaining how the hell that benefits us, that undermines it. So he's talking out of both sides of his big ass. Why does that matter? That matters for a very clear reason. Let's be obvious about this. We have been talking for the longest time about a black agenda, and everybody keeps telling us lies. They keep telling bald, bold-faced lies. claiming that what they can't do, what's not politically feasible, what isn't popular, transgender is unpopular across the board, and yet they're sticking that at the top of the agenda, even if it costs them elections. Anything and everything to ignore the long unfinished business of black empowerment. Roland Martin showing that he's a willing collaborator. And just to go ahead and put an exclamation point on this tonight. Oh, I'm on top of things. You see, this is what's happening among other folk. Damn! This is what's happening among other folk. Oh, your humpty eyes do not deceive you. And we talked about this years ago. I am still tracking it. I am still on top of it. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is claiming that they're not going to follow through with this as it currently stands, but just take a look at what they're doing here. Chuck Schumer wants to add the Antisemitism Awareness Act to the 2025 defense bill. So everybody and their mama is telling you about it would be unconstitutional to do something just for black people. You can't do something just for black people. Why, that would be unconstitutional to do something just for black people. Why, you can't do that. Why, that's a non-starter. There's no reason to even discuss it because you can't do anything for just one racial group. Why, that's a non-starter. We shouldn't even talk about it because you can't get that anywhere. Excuse me? How about this? That, by the way, came up in 2023. They've been rolling this now for a couple of years through the pandemic. This is what they've been moving on. And I say moving on because, it's all the way going down. This article here just came out, and I wanted to make sure that you all were aware of exactly what they're talking about here. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. And the real thing is, by the way, what are they talking about? What does it mean? What exactly does it mean? Here in the article, it tells you that the House passed it back in May, 320 votes to 91. The same House that's telling you what they can't do for black people. And yet, I've been reporting on this the whole time. By the way, this has been going on. It says Schumer's been stalling because his party's left opposes it and liberals have obsessed all year about not offending anti-Israel voters. So we're in the United States and they're saying that the number one thing we need to make sure about is Israel. Not about black folk, by the way. The bill would order the Federal Education Department to use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism when enforcing federal anti-discrimination laws.
What?
So now we're talking about extra protections for a group that's already extremely protected. We don't get this. We're the only people who have been targeted, lynched, systemically discriminated against, and still are. And they're telling you, nope, we need to worry about transgender and Jews. We worry about that right now. Not about what's been going on for the last 400 years. Oh, we worried about this. No, we don't have anti-black hate crime anything, but this has been going on. And by the way, unconstitutional as it can be, and they're telling you, oh, we want to go ahead and move forward with it. I want you to understand that's what it says. We want to use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's working definition of anti-Semitism. That's what they're saying they want to do. We want to use that definition. Well, that's kind of important. It's kind of important for you to know exactly what that is. Because if you don't know exactly what that is, then you're not going to be able to understand why it is that would be a problem. But they're telling you they want to use a private group's definitions and codify that into law. They want to use a private group from their lineage. They want to use a private group's definition and have that codified into law. Now, what I want to show you here, when you go to their website for the Holocaust remembrance, want to show you exactly what it says. Now, please understand, Chuck Schumer wants to use the definitions you're about to see on your screen here. This is what he wants to use. Turn your eyes to the screen here so you can see this. This is from the Holocaust remembrance. What is anti-Semitism? Well, this is what they want to tell you is anti-Semitism. And you tell me if anybody has, for us who are the only targeted group by all these other groups, tell me if you've ever heard anybody say that these are the protections that we need to get. Calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of a radical ideology or an extremist view of religion. Ben Shapiro calls for harming black people, defending harming black people. Daniel Penny on subways, they defend it every single time you turn around. Nobody has offered up a law to defend us against the Ben Shapiros and the Ed Blums. And this has been going on for centuries. Excuse me, shouldn't we get this? American religion was built on targeting black people. No one's given us this. So how is it you've ignored this protection for us and all of a sudden, no, front of the line for everybody else? Making mendacious, look it up, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations. Did you hear this? This is not about physically harming someone. Now they're saying making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews, such as the power of Jews as collective, saying that Jewish people have collective power. All groups have collective power when they get together. It's just some have a lot more than others. But they're saying, nope, don't say Jewish people have any collective power whatsoever, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institutions. So now they're saying that they want to make it into law that it's discriminatory to suggest this idea. So, in other words, First Amendment up in flames. I mean, this is literally what they're saying. That Chuck Schumer, they want to use the definition that the Holocaust remembrance is putting forward. So all these bullet points, I'm going to go through all of these. I'm not going through each one so you can see these are the ones they want to use. Not just one of these. They want to use all of this. Oh, yeah, and they don't want to have any debate in public so you can hear what the hell they're talking about. Accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, or even for acts committed by non-Jews. Now, black folk are treated as a collective. If one black person does something, a lot of other folk, including Jewish commentators, Jewish politicians, Jewish lawyers, Jewish media people, they join in with the Anglos. And ain't that right, Ben Shapiro? Ain't that right, Ed Blum? Ain't that right? We can go down the list. Well, they're always claiming that one black person makes the group accountable for anything. If one black person does something wrong, All of you are a part of it. DEI was, all of you are a part of that crime. Chicago is one black person. How do we demonize the whole group for one person? We've never had anybody say that we need to shut Ben Shapiro up and clamp down on that. Nobody's gone to him for that. Daily Wire and their Jewish ownership. The Jewish ownership there is not being held to this standard. I'm saying, by the way, we've been getting targeted far longer. Shouldn't we have had this codified in law for us a long time ago? You told us you couldn't do that because you can't do something just for black folk. This is saying Jewish. This is not saying black. This is not saying everybody. They want to put together a law that specifically and only protects Jewish people, and not just from physical harm, but from you even thinking something. That's not going to convince people that you don't control government and media when you go around trying to do stuff like this, Chuck Schumer. This actually has the opposite effect. Just thought I would give you a heads up. This does the opposite effect. When you're ignoring folks who suffered far worse for far longer and still do, and then claiming, oh, folks who are far less affected need far more protections. Okay, that's not the way you make your argument. Denying the fact, scope, mechanisms, example, gas chambers, or intentionality of the genocide of the Jewish people at the hands of the National Socialist Germany, that's the Nazis, and its supporters and accomplices during World War II, the Holocaust. Folks, Ben Shapiro and the white supremacists in media deny systemic racism. They deny its existence. You can't find a single anti-black crime that they acknowledge is anti-black. They deny the fact, scope, mechanisms, and intentionality of genocide against us every day. Ed Blum, Ben Shapiro, and all the others. They deny that against us and have the whole time. Chuck Schumer has not even suggested that we should get a law like this to protect the actual victims who are actually being harmed and hurt and killed. Hasn't said a word about this for us. How the hell are you going to leapfrog the only people who have been targeted? How are you going to do that? Well, you've seen them try to go for it. So I just wanted you to understand and see exactly what you're dealing with there. This is the definition that he wants to use. Let's keep going, because all these other bullet points, these are all the things they want to use now to codify from a private group. They want to codify this into law. Accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. So not just saying that the Holocaust didn't happen, but if you say that it didn't happen to the extent that they say it happened, oh, we want to make that discriminatory in law. That whatever they say was the magnitude of it, that's the magnitude of it. Folks, Ron DeSantis is in Florida denying slavery. Nikki Haley ran for president denying slavery. Nikki Haley ran for president denying slavery. In Tennessee, Texas, Greg Abbott, Ron DeSantis, and a bunch of other white supremacist governors are denying slavery. They are denying that chattel slavery was a thing. Denying the magnitude of it, that it affects us to this day, because they're the ones still perpetuating it and practicing it. Nobody's offered up a law to protect us from people who would attempt to deny or say that it's exaggerated what happened to us and what continues to happen to us. And yet Chuck Schumer Now, the Congressional Black Caucus is allegedly the largest political caucus in the Democratic Party, and yet they can't get this for us?
Nigga, please.
Hakeem's Jelly Booty Jeffries, you can't get this for us? So there you have literal mountains of evidence of what's occurred to us and continues to occur to us, and you ain't never moved on something like this for us? You know, the actual victims who are actually being harmed in serious, substantial ways on Damn Me Video Nightly? These folks go around denying anything happened to us or continues to happen to us every day. Where's our law? Oh yeah, where was Kamala Harris to advocate that, by the way, we need to have this is an anti-Semitism act. Where's the anti-black act? Kamala Harris didn't mention that. And you would think that her Jewish husband would be the first one to let her know. If he's so in tune with black folk, shouldn't he be the first one to point out, by the way, you know, we really need to have an anti-black act? Because all these things, Jewish people have not suffered a tenth of what in America, what black people have. So when you're trying to make laws for Nazi Germany, go take it up with Nazi Germany. Over here in America, black folk are the ones getting targeted. And yet you are projecting what has happened to us onto another group and trying to leapfrog us. No. You take care of the real business first. And because what you'll find is, unfortunately, there's a lot of white Jewish people out there. I got to put in the white part. A lot of white Jewish folk out there. Ed Blum, Ben Shapiro, and others. Chuck Schumer is not taking them to task for them doing exactly what's on this list to us. Nobody's suggesting the law for us, and we've been suffering a lot longer, a lot worse, and continue to. Hell no, you take care of us first. You get this in place for us first. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. I mean, but if you've got dual citizenship and you're spending 90% of your time defending Israel, you're insisting for laws to protect folk having allegiance to Israel, and you're not suggesting the exact same thing for America where you live? No, that doesn't sound like you're a citizen of America. That sounds like you're a citizen of Israel. I mean, now that's just an empirical fact. That doesn't sound like you're a citizen of America. That sounds like you're a citizen of Israel. And if you want to do that, then be that. Hey, if that's what you want to do, be that. But don't sit up here and say, oh, try to gaslight everybody and say that's not what it is. Yeah, that is what it is. Yes, you are. You going too damn hard body for a place that you don't even live. You've got way more interest in that than you do of what's happening right here where you're standing. No, if you're going to be an Israeli activist and, you know, a foreign agent, be that. Just put that on the table. Go register your papers as a foreign agent. Be that. But don't tell the rest of us that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. Yes, it does. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. Now, folks, you got to understand, Chuck Schumer is a lawyer. These folks with the Holocaust remembrance are lawyers. What you're reading right here and seeing is lawyer talk. The construction of this sentence is lawyer speak. I want to explain to you how. Notice what it says. It says, denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. Example, by claiming that the existence of a state of Israel is a racist endeavor. So you're conflating Israel and Jewish to be the exact same thing.
What?
Did you get that? They're trying to tell you that being Jewish and Israel are the exact same thing. That a foreign state, Israel is a state, but they want the foreign state of Israel to be domestically protected as an ethnicity. Do you see this this conundrum they're creating here to bend this back on itself, that a foreign state, a nation, all these other nations in the world, but they don't want to give these other nations that people criticize all the time. They criticize Russia. Nobody is saying that denying Russian people, claiming the existence of Russia as a racist endeavor. They're not saying that Russian people need to have that protection. Damn sure not saying that people of African descent should have that protection, but that Israel should be, a foreign nation should be protected on American soil as a domestic ethnicity. That's what this sentence says. Protect the state of Israel as the Jewish people in America. Now, that's what this sentence says. And you know it's true, because if you're not extending this to everybody, you're isolating it to one group. Well, you've just proven that, yeah, you're a liar. Now, the other part here is denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination. E.g. means example. What this means is that this sentence is not the only thing that they mean by self-determination. Self-determinate. This is just saying that this is an example. That doesn't mean that it's the only interpretation or the only expression of it. Please understand that's what this sentence is also saying. That you're anti-Semitic if you deny the Jewish people their right to self-determination. By the way, is Israel denying the Palestinians their right to self-determination? By the way, but self-determination doesn't just mean claiming the state of Israel as a racist endeavor. It doesn't just mean that. This is just saying that's an example. There are other things that self-determination can be defined as. This is just one example. So please understand what this particularly devious, insidious sentence means. This particular sentence is extremely insidious. What else do they define as self-determination? Because Ed Blum would love to have this, now wouldn't he? That he targets black people because they don't give us this protection, and then say, oh, you're being anti-Semitic if you point out that I'm Jewish targeting black people. So you all be quiet while I target you. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Nobody's doing that, so you're saying that you want them to be able to do things that other nations are required to do. You want them to be able to not be excluded from things that other democratic nations are required to. You know, sterilizing people, practicing apartheid, you know, things like that. Setting up an ethno-state. You know, things like that. Well, show us the democratic nations where folks are saying, oh, you need an ethno-state. That's literally, when you're saying that Israel is a Jewish state, that the state of Israel is a Jewish state, that's an ethno-state. So an ethno-state is self-determination? Complete with the authority to go confiscate other people's land? What democratic nation operates that way? That people are defending. Show me the democratic nation that's being defended for that. No, it's not a religious state. The religious part of it there, they're not even acknowledging the black folk. If it was a religious state, they would be acknowledging the black Jews. Folks, catch up. Please keep up. You can't say things that are just completely out of touch and far behind. We can't be out of step. It's not a religious state. If it were a religious state, then the black Jews there, the Ethiopian Jews there would have been acknowledged and accepted decades ago. They were not then, they are not now. They were not then, they are not now. This is not about religion. If it were religious, they would have been accepted, those people. If you're not a white Jew, they're not accepted. This is not a religious state, it's an ethno-state. For those of you who did not know. Now, here's the next one. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism. Example, claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel to characterize Israel or Israelis. Well, somebody better go send a wire over to the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro because they didn't get the memo. So they're kind of undermining you here, Holocaust remembrance. They're kind of undermining you. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. So let me get this straight. It would be legal to accuse Donald Trump's American government of being comparable to the Nazis, but they want to make it illegal to compare a foreign nation. People, listen, a foreign nation. They want to make it American law that just this one foreign nation is protected against something that even the American government wouldn't be protected against. By the way, in complete violation of the First Amendment, up one side and down the other. Do you hear that? So the United States government, you can say the United States government is comparable to Nazi Germany, but that the Israeli government, a foreign government, well, that would be illegal. You're not going to convince people that you don't control the government when you do things like that. I'm just trying to give you a heads up. That's if you want to convince people that you don't control government, then don't make it the law that a foreign government has more protection than the domestic one does. I'm just trying to help you out. Holding Jews collectively responsible for actions of the state of Israel. Okay, I don't have a problem with that one. Although, once again, Ben Shapiro, Ed Blum, and all the other white supremacists in Jewish society, Holocaust remembrance, you do yourself a lot of favors to actually go deal with that. You'll be doing a lot more favors to go deal with that. Anti-Semitic acts are criminal when they are so defined by law. For example, listen to this. Anti-Semitic acts are criminal when they are so defined by law. For example, denial of the Holocaust or distribution of anti-Semitic materials in some countries. In other words, speaking. Why, it can be a criminal act to speak in a manner that might offend a Jewish person. Criminal acts are anti-Semitic when the targets of attacks, whether they are people or property, such as buildings, schools, places of worship, and cemeteries, are selected because they are or are perceived to be Jewish or linked to Jews. Anti-Semitic discrimination is the denial to Jews of opportunities or services available to others and is illegal in many countries. Ed Blum has been violating this against black folk here in America, and Holocaust remembrance has not said a word. Ed Blum has specifically targeted black people. And these folk here and Chuck Schumer, they have not targeted Ed Blum. Joe Biden's White House has not targeted him. But they've let him run free. Everything they're talking about here is anti-Semitic. Well, these are anti-black acts that I can show you a number of Jewish activists who have been targeting us. Holocaust remembrance has not said a word. AIPAC has not said a word. Anti-Defamation League has not said a word. Not a word. So keep that in mind. And Chuck Schumer and friends are telling you that this is their priority. Now that they've lost the election of 2024, they want to go ahead and see if they can prioritize shoving this through. Not mending their bridges and seeing to the unfinished work of the abuse that's happened to us. Oh, no, we ain't trying to talk about that at all. Everything that we, as the descendants of the slaves, have been saying needs to be done now, they're saying we want to do all of that for Jewish people. We want to do all of that for trans people. We don't need to do this for you. Oh, it would be economically unfeasible, politically unfeasible. Every time we say something, they say there's not enough support. It ain't popular enough. Who the hell in American society was advocating for this and saying, we really need anti-Semitic? Who said that? Who said that? Who was sitting up here begging for this? So everything that we said that they need to do, they are letting you know that behind the scenes, they've been passing this and getting popular vote for all of that, but just not for us. That they can do this for anybody and everybody, just not for us. And then, of course, you're going to have Roland Martin come up and tell you that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are doing just fine. And this anti-Semitic Awareness Act has been rolling forward the whole past 4 years that Roland and Kamala told us they couldn't do anything for us. This has been moving forward the whole time that they told you and me, shut up, and the most you can expect is some damn prescription pills.
Nigga, please.
They're not offering Jewish people prescription drugs and telling them this is what we're doing for you. That's my damn point. They're not going to gays, white gays, and telling them what we doing for you is we're going to expand Medicare and Medicaid. Well, that does help you. We can't do something specifically for you now. They're not going to these other people and saying, oh, we'll give you some student loan forgiveness. We'll give you a housing voucher. They're not saying any of this to these other people. They're giving them specific, concrete tangibles, concrete protections. They are getting specific, concrete protections. By the way, on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans are all saying, damn them niggas. Ron DeSantis is everything's DEI. Have you heard him say a word about this? Hey, Governor DeSatan, what isn't this CRT and DEI, and isn't this that? Isn't this DEI too? If they're in Florida, we don't want you to think badly about America, so we're going to sanitize the history books so that you don't think any bad thoughts about America. Okay, then what the hell is this then? What the hell is this? Why are you so quiet about this? You haven't said a word. This has been going on for years. Didn't say a word. People, we are the target. We are always the target. It doesn't matter what the Israeli government does, what the Arabs do, what the Russians do, what the Chinese do. At the end of the day, they are always going to double back and check to see, by the way, are we still crippling and decimating them niggas over there? That is always job number one. That is always the priority. No matter what is going on legislatively, the program running in the background is always, by the way, have we crippled them niggas now? This isn't going to help them now, is it? Whatever legislation you're talking about getting forward, this isn't going to help them now, is it? That is the program always running in the background. No matter what else you're doing in the foreground, that one's always back there running. Sometimes it hums silently, sometimes it hums more loudly, but that program is always running. So when you see something like this that is obviously unconstitutional on, multitudes of levels, and is obviously giving, this is a Jewish law, and we're like, by the way, we don't even have protection as black people from anti-black Jewish activists. We don't have this. And yet we've been screaming about this now for a century, and Chuck Schumer is saying we need to leapfrog them. And your Congressional Black Caucus has said nothing. And then they sit up here and try to play stupid. They try to play stupid and play dumb and act like it was a mistake when we let their asses crash and burn during the election. And let me be very clear about a few things here, folks. Oh, Jason's going to give you the 720 degrees of analysis that you'll receive absolutely nowhere else. Need I remind you all of a couple of things? See, nobody else is going to bring this back to you all's memory, but as the anchorman of the New Black Media, let me remind you, who are some of the folks who are doing the most clapping for Donald Trump being in the White House right now? Eminently wealthy white men. Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, and a year ago, who were the most hated and reviled people on the internet for supposedly promoting anti-Israeli talking points and sentiments? Oh, I'll be damned. Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk.
What?
Remember? Do y'all remember that? Oh, I got to refresh your memories. See, you got lost in the sauce because you saw Elon Musk next to Trump. You forgot all of this. My job is to categorize this and catalog it for you to bring it back to your memory. Oh, did you all forget that? Because we talked about it here. Remember Kanye West?
Damn!
Jason Black remembers because I did programs about this. I pointed this out then. Now, don't try to pretend that somebody told you this before tonight. You didn't talk about this before tonight. You didn't remember this before tonight. Nobody else talked about it before tonight. This is the first time you heard this in a long damn time for somebody to remind you. By the way, you realize that Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson are standing right there next to Trump, right? You do remember that, right? I see him there the whole damn time. How many folks in here forgot? By the way, oh yeah, Elon Musk was sitting there right there next to Kanye. Yeah, there it was. I remember it. That's why I'm bringing it back to your recollection. I'm reminding you because nobody else recalled this. Oh, but I do. And I'll be damned. Well, guess who's standing right there now? They're not just sitting on Twitter anymore. They sitting right there at the house now. Yeah, you need black folk to ride hard body for these things. You need us to do that because that situation you trying to push ain't nearly as solid as you tell yourself, or you might want to believe it is. It's not nearly as solid as you might want to tell yourself or believe it is to push this thing. So you see, we're going to fall back because some of these folks that you brought up into that White House with you, I haven't forgotten where they stand. I ain't forgot about that. Couldn't help but notice that some of these other folks that you've accused of that before, they're not further away from the seat of power than they've been. They're closer to the seat than they've ever been. I'm sure that Elon has turned over a new leaf.
lie.
I'm sure that Elon is a brand new person. He's had a complete epiphany and he's let all of that stuff go. I'm sure that Tucker Carlson has turned over a new leaf and he's done with all of that. I'm certain that they've let all that go. Bygones be bygones, and they have a whole different view on Israel and this whole thing now. I'm sure that's what the case is. I'm sure that's what the case is. I'm certain that's what it is. I'm sure all that's water under the bridge, and I'm sure that now that he's more empowered than he's ever been, I'm sure that that ain't gonna keep going. No, we gonna fall back. Let Elon up in that damn White House. Let Tucker up in the White House. Trump is sitting up there at Mar-a-Lago with damn me Nick Fuentes.
What?
Folks, you don't want me to go ahead and go down the whole damn rundown while you sitting up here falling for smoke and mirrors and getting deceived. Wasn't Trump sitting up here literally with Nick Fuentes? So just pearly things couldn't sit with Nick Fuentes on the internet, but Trump can sit with him in real life? You know, Nick Fuentes, that ardent friend of Jews everywhere. You know, Nick Fuentes, that friend of Jews in Israel. Longtime friend and advocate of Jews in Israel. No Holocaust denier there. Y'all need me to remind you? Because nobody else remembers this. All right, I want to take a few moments out to just remind you. Do you need me to run down that list of names? You think this gonna be a cakewalk? You think this gonna be a cakewalk? You think that you can ignore us and you gonna get all this other stuff taken care of for you? You think that's gonna happen? You think that's gonna be the way it's gonna be? All right. They didn't learn any lessons from this. They told folks, I said it before the election, I said it during the election, on election night, and I said it after that. The Democrats are going to come out of this. They're going to throw some blows at black folk, and then they're going to say that this was just a blip. This was just a momentary aberration. They're going to try to get back to business as usual as quickly as they can and just say, oh, well, don't worry. We got 2 to 4 years to straighten this out. That's what they're going to say. I told you this was what they were going to say. This is what they were going to do. And yeah, there they are. Exactly right on time. Exactly the way we said it. There they are. There they are. It's not accidental. They know. I'm just here to make sure you do not forget. Very important. They didn't learn a damn thing. Which is why I told you all, do not deceive yourselves into thinking that one election is going to fix their little red wagon. They're going to sit up here, get their asses knocked in the next year, and when they get up, you're going to be like, okay, certainly that was a bad enough beating for them. Nope. Nope. They're going to get right back up with their heads swollen up. Talk about that didn't hurt. No, we got to get back on the horse. That didn't hurt. I told you. So it's going to take another couple of cycles before they realize we'll be damned. These niggas are serious. And we can't do this. Then they'll start buckling a bit. In the chat room, we're going to get D to call us up on Zoom. Very glad that you volunteered for that. So we're going to go ahead and get Zoom up and going for you here. And you can go ahead and ask your questions directly. So we're so glad that you had a lot to say. You have questions to ask. So we'll give you a couple of minutes here. You can join us on Zoom. And we can address your questions there because, of course, we do what Bowling Ball and the dead black media cannot do because they're neither smart enough, important enough, and they don't have an actual ideology. They're just well-paid vacuum cleaner salesmen. And they're not very good salesmen either. But since you have the question there, we'll be very, very glad to go ahead and address that because everybody knows that you're not trolling. So let me go ahead and throw this link up on the Zoom. We're going to go ahead and throw this up at the top of the chat room so D can go ahead and give us a call up on Zoom. And let's go ahead and address your questions. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo, my man, Mr. Rich Bird. Thank you very much. Pamela, thank you very much here as well, man. We appreciate that. Barbara, thank you very much here as well. Keenan and everyone else involved here, we appreciate that as well. We're going to go ahead and take a very brief commercial, non-commercial break. When we come back, we will talk to D and some others and more. This is The Black Channel.
Is your child struggling in school? Wish there was a way to get them the extra help they need? Mr. B, the teacher, is available for online tutoring on both tutor.com and varsitytutors.com platforms. He can help your child in a variety of subjects and is passionate about making learning fun and effective. And for even more learning tips, check out his book, Guidelines for the Successful Student, now available on Amazon.com. For more information or to reach him directly, go to MrBTheTeacher.com today.
The Honey Badger and the Mongoose is a children's story for the family of how a honey badger and mongoose fight an evil alliance of venomous cobra snake and hyenas that overhauls the balance of the savannah. The Big Five. The honey badger demands reparations. Will the Big Five give reparations? Can the evil alliance be stopped? You can find this book at Amazon, Audible, and Kindle.
Order yours today to experience all the benefits of Ash Kickin' Body Butter. With skin so smooth and soft, you'll thank us for it. Shop Ash Kickin' online. That's ASHKICKIN.com.
Hi, this is Brenda Starr, creator of Poetry with a Purpose and author of the book Pressed But Not Crushed. Pressed But Not Crushed is an anthology of political poems that address current and historical issues in American descendants of slave population and African American population. The book describes slaveries and its residuals, Jim Crow segregation, social depredation, and other relevant issues to American descendants of slaves and African Americans, including the current political climate that does not address our issues.
This is The Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. Very glad to be with you all here this evening. The Zoom link is available here at the top of the chat room. We're waiting on D to go ahead and give us a call up here, so we're going to give him another minute so he can get on here and he can go ahead and have his questions addressed directly. As for everyone else here, you're also invited to go ahead and give us a call on Zoom as well. I've got Liz here on Zoom, so we can go ahead and bring them up. And D, we are waiting on you, but for anybody else here, it is your opportunity to go ahead and get on there and give us a call up. All right, D. Oh, looks like we interrupted you on your way to Walmart. All right, Liz. What's on your mind, Liz?
Oh, wow. I'm first. Okay,
yes, ma'am.
cool.
Absolutely no waiting. What'd she say? There's no call screener. If I dial up, I can just get straight through. Yes, you get straight through.
Yo, I can't believe it. But thank you so much, Jason Black. What can you say to people who, like myself, just found out about white supremacy, colorism? I'm not even worried about politics because I never voted. What can you say to people like me who, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, who just learned about white supremacy? I actually learned several years ago. I came into contact, and I don't know how I found it, but I was looking for something, and I ended up finding you, Tariq Nasheed, and others, you know what I'm saying, who speak for, okay, I'm done saying, like, I'm sorry.
Well, let me find out a few things here, sister. How old are you?
38.
Okay. What state do you live in?
I live in California. I grew up in Los Angeles, California.
Okay, where are you people from originally, though?
My mom is from Wichita, Kansas. My dad is Haitian.
Okay, there you go. Because there's the real reason. We're on a real big education effort right now. What we've noticed is the American government embarked, when they did the civil rights laws in the 60s, they also simultaneously passed immigration laws, specifically for the purposes of undermining our so-called civil rights laws that we had. And what they did was they brought in a bunch of people not from our lineage, from other places, but specifically selected them. You didn't get here by accident. They were selected because they would not attempt to challenge the status quo. So that's how you have so many slow down.
I attempt to
slow down.
Challenge the status quo.
Okay, slow down.
Okay.
You're being taught something here, because what you just said was something that everybody heard, noticed. I'm bringing it to your attention. There's levels to this, and there's something that you said that was specific, which is why I'm going into this. So take a moment here to learn. This is a teaching moment. There's a reason you've had so many Kamala Harris's, Barack Obama's, and whatnot in the last 5-6 decades. Because one part of the family is specifically not carrying an axe to grind against the American government for its treatment of our people. So you flooded the zone with all these folk not from the lineage, and they haven't taught their children any of this. That's the point I'm getting to here. Do not get defensive. Yeah. So many of you who come from your lineage that is outside of ours, period. Your folks were specifically selected and allowed to stay. Because,
I agree.
Okay, because I'm
agree.
explaining here, because everybody else, if you did come over with that Assata Shakur energy, you'd be the first one getting deported back. I mean, you can't stay. So what I'm saying is, notice where that comes from first. Then when you make the statement, I'm bringing this full circle, when you make the statement that at 38 years old, growing up in this country, I didn't know nothing about white supremacy. That's why I'm going through that explanation, is to say how you got there so that you recognize what really needs to be done to deal with it. It's not just as simple as, oh, I woke up one day and saw this. How in the world did you make it through 4 decades in America and you were not as sensitive about this as the rest of us? That's not accidental. It's by design.
What I want to say is, no, I always knew something was wrong because, like I said, my mom is FBA is what I'm trying to say. I've always knew something was wrong. I've always known about colorism. I'm going to say I've known about colorism, not the white supremacy part, but I knew about colorism because I had went through a type of experience when I was a young child, when I was in school and I was in middle school. And I agree that what you're saying is correct.
Okay, but here's the thing. The colorism doesn't exist in a vacuum outside of the white supremacist element.
That's true.
You can't separate those two because it is the white supremacist element that created the colorism and perpetuates it still. So once you say it's like, well, I've seen colorism outside of white supremacy, it's like, that's what I'm saying. That's what needs to be corrected.
No, I don't agree about that. I believe that came from somewhere. Is what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am. But what I'm saying is that I'm repeating your words. Your words were that I wasn't really knowledgeable about white supremacy and all that before. About everybody in the chat room, when you go back and watch this, a whole bunch of folks, we immediately latched onto that. How does any adult black person not start with that as a priority? And that's engineered.
The reason why I'm saying it, I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying it. I was homeschooled. I was
there you
separated.
Go. There you go. There it is. Right there. Exactly what I've been saying the whole time. Yes, ma'am. Everything you're saying is reinforcing exactly what I said. There it is. Yes. Ma'am, Bottom line, that's why I started with your dad. This started in the home. This is engineered. You're looking.
My dad didn't raise me. My mom raised me.
Your mama chose him.
Oh.
And
Okay.
a woman when a woman gets pregnant by a man, she's chosen that man. How you gonna sit here and act like there's something about your father she didn't like? She liked that.
So he hates me?
What I'm going to say is that they do.
He hate black people?
The problem that we've had is that they have not been as anti-white supremacists as we have been. They've been a lot softer about it, a lot more accommodating. Papa Doc and Baby Doc Duvalier. I can go down the list. The Clintons. This is a cultural norm where you all come from, and those of you who were born outside of those places don't realize the culture that was already at work.
Jason, I was born in the U.S. and I grew up in the U.S.
Ma'am, I just said that. Please stop talking and just listen. I literally just said that. Please get out your feelings. Just listen. I literally just said that. You did not grow up where your father did, so you've created a fantasy of what his notions and attitudes are without an actual understanding of, by the way, what did he believe? What do my grandmother and grandfather back in Haiti believe? How do they feel about, quote, white supremacy? Please remember the island of Hispaniola. Just listen. It's the first time in your life learning something. All you want to do is talk. Listen. The island of Hispaniola. One side is Haiti. The other side is Dominican Republic. What do you see in the Dominican Republic when you get off the damn plane? A statue of 3 white men.
Deal with it, nigga.
Same damn island. Wake the hell up. I didn't put that there. I didn't invent it. They call when you talk about Marcus Garvey and them, and when you see the roots of those places going back to places in Europe and Ireland, that's not accidental. You have, since you are not from there, these are nuances you're not aware of. So what I'm telling you is that their attitude about confronting white supremacy is not the one you grew up with among us.
So it's in my DNA or something?
It's in the culture. And I'm saying your mama chose him for a reason.
Oh.
She saw all of that. And maybe he was swaggy, maybe he was exotic, whatever the case may be. But you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You take the package as a whole.
Oh, shit.
These are conversations that you all don't have with your mothers and your fathers. You think you just the first person to discover a Haitian or a Dominican or a Cuban or a Puerto Rican? You all don't have any conversations about their culture and their lineage and their history, which is why we have been on an education effort to say, by the way, a lot of folks black folks in the Caribbean see themselves as dark-skinned Spaniards or dark-skinned Frenchmen. Haiti.
Wait a minute. Okay. So
y'all, this is her first time in her life ever hearing this. She's never heard this explained and dissected like this. Her mama has never had this conversation. All of us, our grandmothers and grandfathers, debriefed us and deciphered this for us. She's never had anybody say this to her before, ever. Not in a way that demonizes them. It's not about putting horns on Haitians' heads and demonizing anybody. What I'm saying is, as Dr. John Henry Clark taught us, we say white people are people like us or Haitians are people like us. No, they're not. They are a people formed by a condition of history. And if you consciously, deliberately, willfully ignore their history and try to tell yourself they're the same as us, you're going to get your ass knocked off when you realize they're saying one thing in your face but acting another way. So we've gotten to a point we realize how they're going to behave, and we know why it is, which is why we have embarked on this re-education effort to no longer assume that these folks from these other areas see it the way that we do. No, they don't. You're in the Dominican Republic and you erected statues of 3 white men. You erected those. So that tells me what you in business for. And in Haiti, the mindset is similar. Jamaica, the home of Marcus Garvey, but he couldn't get Pan-Africanism popping in Jamaica. He had to get it popping over here. And people have been projecting ever since that we've all been on the same page in Jamaica. No, we're not. No, we're not. And when he got deported and sent back to Jamaica, he had to leave there again. And none of y'all talk to your folks so you can get the real from them to find out, by the way, what is their attitude about blackness? What is their attitude about white supremacy?
Do you think that's why she hates me? Do you think that's why my mom?
I don't know your mother well enough. I don't know you well enough. I don't know your mother well enough to get into a Dr. Phil moment. I don't know well enough for that. But what I will say is that you don't need to have a conversation with her about you. You need to have a conversation with her about white supremacy and about what she thinks it really is and how it really affects you, with you just being quiet, which is going to apparently be a tremendous challenge. But ask her that, and then you be quiet and listen to what she actually says. Does she speak in very broad, vague terms that, well, white supremacy is they don't like us because we black, we all guys cheering? Or does she do what you just heard me do, and she goes into the history and the lineage and the psychology of it, and she recognizes it as a conscious entity? Or does she speak about it very vaguely and, well, there's some folks is racist and some folks like that.
Never talked to me. She never talked to me about it.
I wonder.
She always say we were Hebrew Israelites. She always bring up that God shit. She always was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we're the Hebrews. We're the most.
Yeah, and when you sit up here and philosophize these things and turn it into religious terms, the bottom line is you have stepped away from the real grounded, concrete explanation of what white supremacy is, how it operates, and how it's affecting your life on a daily basis.
Yeah.
I don't have anything against somebody's religion, but I have a problem when you use that as a shield to prevent us from having a grounded, concrete conversation. Gavin Newsom is white supremacy. With all the black folk he keeps around him, don't look at what he says, look at what the hell he does. Your mama would be saying, look at what he does. Or she would be saying, well, he ain't Hebrew like us. And that's not the answer. So there's a lot going on over there, but what I will say is between your mom and your dad, I can understand why their daughter has come to me 38 years later and starts the sentence with, I didn't know nothing about white supremacy. How are you around Hebrew Israelites or Haitians and they have not given you a clear, distinct, unambiguous view of what white supremacy is, how it affects you, what it's doing to you on a daily basis, how it camouflages itself, how it tells you, just like this anti-Semitic bill, that you can't even say its name. They want to make it illegal for you to even say its name. Now we're on some Greek god stuff, like Zeus saying you can't use this word. I strike this word from the lexicon of the universe. That's white supremacy. And if no one explains that to you, then you spend a lot of time talking about colorism. Do these other black folk not like me? Do we have an issue over here? And white supremacy, meanwhile, is dancing the damn Macarena, building walls around your life. Out there in California, folk talking about fun and sun. You can't even afford to live in the damn state. There's a white supremacist element to that. But it didn't just start yesterday. And if we don't have a conversation about the culture and the history, how can you stop something that's already moving if you don't even understand its historical underpinnings? That this didn't just start today. It's been going on in effect. I have a dad. He's Haitian. There's the other thing. Now, you said you were born in America?
Yes.
Did your daddy ever come on American soil?
He's been here since the 60s.
Oh, is your dad still alive?
Yes.
Okay. Don't let mislead us. So, ma'am, thank you very much.
But that's why I'm trying to tell you. I've been trying to talk to him about, you know what I'm saying, current issues. And, as far as black people, you know what I'm saying, we've been in Leimert Park in California.
Yikes.
And I love us black folks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but here's the issue.
Go ahead.
The Haitian definition of, quote, black, the African definition of, quote, black, has not been ours. And we all made this great, big, huge assumption because of the cultural aspiration of Pan-Africanism that everybody defined black in the context of white supremacy the same way. And what we're finding out is that that's not true. They're using the same word we're using, but they don't mean it the way we do.
That's true.
So you're talking to your dad about blackness in a white supremacist historical context and current socio-political context. And I'm like, do you realize you two may be talking past each other? Yeah. That even with everything that he's experienced from his Haitian background, getting run out the damn country, and he will still identify with his white oppressors more than he does with his kinsmen or his own children.
That doesn't make sense.
Sammy Sosa, cake soap, ma'am, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. What the hell are you talking about? Makes perfect sense. You think just because, ma'am, Strom Thurmond had a black baby. Strom Thurmond was a racist senator anyway. He had a black baby. You got white supremacists who got non-white kids. Now, how the hell can they be white supremacists and yet they've been laying down with black women, Asian women? They do it all the time. A man laying down with a female is not an indicator of his cultural allegiance. Tough pill to swallow, brutal. She's 38 years old. Jason throwing cold water in their faces. I can't soft shoe it for you. I can't water it down. I don't have time to dilute it.
Okay.
It makes sense. I'm not going so far as to say he hates his daughter. I'm not going that far. What I am saying is that from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, I strongly suspect that your definition and assumption of these things is not his. That there are some nuances that you two will be talking past each other about. And that's probably what you're going to go into next, is that we seem to agree on certain things, but it's like we're kind of talking past each other and stuff. And there's certain stuff he doesn't seem to get or doesn't seem to accept. Yeah, there's a reason for it. By the way, how old is your daddy?
He's about 65, 64.
Oh, Haitian niggas. So,
Haitian
ma'am,
niggas,
it's everything I've been saying now going on 2 decades. It's just right down the line.
You ain't lying.
It's right down the line. It's not breaking news. So what I'm saying is you're looking for a reliable source of information, and it's only natural. Well, it's only natural that you would seek that from your parents. My only job here is to warn you, don't be surprised if you do not encounter a reliable source of information from either your mother or your father. I don't care how much of a deadbeat rapscallion scoundrel you might think he is. Mama can't be deified either. She chose him. And she chose him. There's something she liked. And she might not want to own up to it at 68 or 69 years old now. But the bottom line is she got down with the nigga because there was something she liked.
So you want to be real? She hate me.
Well,
let's be real.
I can't speak to that. I don't know her.
I'm the one who will speak up. I'm the one who will fight back. I was the one who took the ass whoopings, as far as, like I say, I feel like I'm FBA by heart.
Well, I mean, being on code is the most important thing. Being on code.
That's what I'm saying.
So, like I say, I can't speak to her necessarily. I'll let you. I mean, your position on that's your position on it. What I will say is, I got her daughter on my phone talking about she didn't know what white supremacy was.
I did not.
And that speaks volumes.
I didn't know.
That speaks even in California. That's because everybody from all the black folk in California are from somewhere else. I mean, it's not most of the black folk in California are from somewhere, either from the deep south. Florida. Yeah, usually from the deep south. Started migrating in back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. But the bottom line is, when her daughter is on here saying that, I'm like, I ain't gonna ask any more questions. I know what's going on. And one more thing, your experience is typical. Your experience is not special. How do I know all this stuff? Baby, most of y'all are like that. It's not, you just don't talk to each other. Real? You all don't talk to each other and compare notes. Everybody just starts making assumptions. They make assumptions. You all make assumptions and generalizations. None of you ever sit down and have a group therapy session and start comparing notes. The reason why we have changed up what we did is because a decade ago or so, we started comparing notes with ourselves and saying, hey, by the way, these folk who don't come from the soil and don't come from the descendants of the freedmen here, we started, ma'am, but your daddy's not.
But I am. I love the soil.
I'm glad.
Please.
I'm glad to hear that. But we're saying is for folks who don't, especially on both sides of the family.
Fight for the soil.
I'm glad to hear that. What we noticed was that we saw a similarity of behavior that was different from ours.
I agree with the soil
because we compared notes. Folks like yourself, the reason you all don't know it is because you all haven't sat down and compared notes. It'd be really great if those of you who had one parent from one place and one parent from another sat down and compared notes to see if your experiences were similar.
I love the soil. I love being here.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, like I say, it all begins there. I want you to have a proper context, though, of what your parents are, what they believe, what they think, so that you know what results to expect and what results you shouldn't expect.
Okay.
Because you've had some unrealistic expectations. That's going to lead to frustration. That's going to lead to anger. That's going to lead to sadness. That's going to lead to resentment. That can lead to depression. When you're expecting something from other people that they're not either capable of giving or desirous to giving.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you, Jason Black. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. All right. She's had a bit of an epiphany. Now, let me explain something here to some of the ADHD children. Some of you will not be joining us again. Folks, this is what the new black media is for. For some of you brain dead crack babies trying to tell me how to run my program, this is what we are here for. This is why Roland Martin has lost ground to us over the course of the last 2 decades. I don't need nobody's crackhead child in my comments trying to tell me what I should do or should not do. This is exactly what we are supposed to do. This is the work of the people. This is the work of the soil. No, she was not drunk, and anybody else saying that, I will time you out at best or ban you at worst. Some of y'all sitting up here and whatnot, and your jackalope ass crackhead mamas got you in my comment section showing your crackheadedness. This is what we're supposed to do. When you meet somebody there, this is what I'm talking about. I don't talk to old niggas.
And deal with it, nigga.
She's 38 years old. I'm not going to talk to her dad like that. She's exactly the type of person that we're supposed to be talking to and that I have been talking to. Roland Martin wishes he could get a 38-year-old female to pay attention, to show up, to call in. He won't even take any phone calls. He wants to just hold an autocratic so-called town hall where he sits up here and preaches at you and lectures you and doesn't sit there and answer questions. Remember when Hillary Clinton ran in 2016, he used to take phone calls, got his ass beat so badly, he doesn't take phone calls anymore. Jason Black has continued to do so, and it pays dividends. Everybody knows you can call me up, and I will explain it to you in down-to-earth terms, not highfalutin, super intellectual, metaphysical terms. I'm going to bring it right down to earth for you, and you will understand it when I get off this phone with you. Maybe you'll have some conflict, some cognitive dissonance, whatever, but you will understand it. This is what we are supposed to be doing. This is the work. How the hell you gonna sit up here and tell me stop talking to her? She's exactly who we need to be talking to. And I've got almost 5,000 people listening to me here right now. This is the audience. She's just one. She acting like she's shocked, baby. You just one among thousands. You're one among thousands. And they need to hear what I just said. This is exactly where they need to be. I'm exactly who they need to talk to. Being on this phone with me is exactly where they're supposed to be. Some jackass who has never flipped an election. We've been flipping elections since Ferguson, Missouri. I didn't just talk about it. Roland Martin couldn't even do it. We here at the Black Channel, we flipped the Ferguson City Council after they killed Mike Brown. We went and got the campaign finance records. A historic program on my Twitter feed. We showed the campaign finance records and I showed everybody. Do y'all realize that the average Ferguson City Council member, their campaign finance budget was the cost of a low-priced used car? What? Next thing you know, the city council flipped. That was us. not Roland Martin. That was us right here. This is what we are supposed to be doing. She needs to have, if I've learned all this over the course of these decades, she needs to get the benefit of that explained to her in simple terms. I didn't have to demonize her father. I didn't have to demonize her mother. I didn't have to demonize Haiti. I didn't have to demonize Haitian people. I'm just putting it in its proper, accurate context. That, by the way, you're not crazy. You're not stupid. There is a problem. It's just not the one you think it is. And most of you listening here, you latched on. You heard it like I did when she said, because I didn't know nothing about white supremacy. You all could tell she wasn't a teenager. You didn't know her age yet, but you knew she wasn't a teenager. How the hell can you not be a teenager and you don't know nothing about white supremacy? How did that happen? That you got black parents in America and you don't know about white supremacy? How can that be? It's everywhere. So, let me take a moment here to explain to you where the negligence came from. And that's when you heard me. Where are your people from? Well, my mama from Kansas. Where your daddy from? Haiti. There you go. And I'm not saying that that's always the case, but in her situation, like, okay, this is a pattern we usually see. Let me explain to you where you went wrong. Let me explain to you where it went wrong at, so we can get that straightened out. The reason that Roland's ineffective is because they do not do what I just did. Take a few moments here to explain it in very simple terms. Now you change the way they see everything. Now when Roland tries to come up and deceive them, it doesn't go as smoothly as it otherwise would. Let me say something here, folks. If you sitting up here expecting for a politician, too many dumb folk, like the jackass I just had to time out, too many dumb folk are waiting for the second coming of Malcolm X. You're waiting for the second coming of Dr. King. Some of you are just kind of brain dead, intellectually lazy, and physically lazy. You think we're supposed to get 40 million black people together in one damn place and have some rap concert and give them some one-night sermon or lecture and everybody's going to be educated enough to code. Nigga, that's not the way that works. That's not the way education works. Education is a repetitive thing. Education has to be done over and over and over again. This idea that we need to have one big-ass group black meeting and everybody give one sermon and then now everybody's on the same damn page. Some of you need to put the damn crack pipes down. You're being childish and silly. Well, we did right here tonight. One person speaking to another person at the grassroots level. This is what the grassroots is supposed to do. Right here. This is what we're supposed to do. Right here. This is why we have the black media. This is why you have the black channel. I'm the only place they can call up and I can go right back and forth and right there. Let me go ahead and put you straight. And oh yeah, call me back. I will be waiting on that. Call me back. Go investigate everything I just told you. Go ask your daddy what I just said and get ready for the answer. And when that happens, like, oh hell, this is an eye-opening moment. You all did not see what I was seeing, and you don't have to see what I'm seeing. I know what I was seeing over here with her. I know what I was seeing here. I saw the moment that the light bulb went on, and she's like, oh, hell. So everything I've been told is a lie? Well, I'm not going to say everything you were told is a lie, but I'm going to give you a few questions to go ask these people, and then go tell me what answers they come back to you with. But let me give you a heads up about the answers you're going to get. But my mom is from Kansas. That don't mean that's a warning sign right there. Was her mom raised in white schools? Was she raised around white folk? Was she raised in desegregated places? Did her mother aspire to be white and that she got her ass kicked when she tried it, but she still, like Candace Owens, desperately wants to be? So she talks about blackness, but she don't really go in on white supremacy though. So she knows racism exists, but she really don't want to go in. Then she got your Haitian dad who really don't fool with you like that neither. Okay, let me explain to you exactly how you got here. I'm not here to explain how they got here. Let me tell you how you got here. Your mama from Kansas, baby, that's not a compliment. My mama's from Kansas, that's not a compliment. In case nobody told you, that's not a compliment. Let me put it in its proper context, and I'm not demonizing your mother. I'm just saying, by the way, let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it real about which time she really on. Let's not fantasize and fabricate that she's on a time that she actually isn't. Now, here her daughter is coming to me 38 years later. Tom Joyner didn't get this corrected when this girl was born. Roland Martin and Tavis Smiley didn't touch on this her whole life. She got to come to me now. You know what? I'd rather have it that way. I'd rather she come to me at 38 years old and we start the process of correcting this than for her to be listening to these old niggas now for decades and then she just be lost. This is the work that they will not do. This is what they're afraid of. That, by the way, can you go talk to these people one person at a time? I can. Well, that'll take you years. Actually, it'll take decades. And we ain't got time for that. I do. That'll never work. We're now getting the election returns for 2024. Oh, the black vote's gone down. Oh, Kamala Harris, she out on your ass. Oh, the Democrats are out in the wilderness. Oh, here comes President Donald Trump with every white supremacist you can imagine behind him.
And deal with it, nigga.
I thought you said it wouldn't work. No, I was just willing to commit the time. This will take years. No, it'll take decades. I'll be here. Now they're trying to figure out what you do about, I don't say grassroots in the soil because it's hyperbolic. Oh, we are the soil from the ground up. This is what we do. I talk to folk from around the world. I'm the person you bring them to. You don't circumvent or avoid me. Bring them right here. This is where they need to be. They need to come and speak to us. And please remember, I'm just the messenger. You all are the message I came to bring. Yes, they need to be right here. They don't need to be anywhere else. Don't tell them to go nowhere else. Don't tell them to be somewhere else. Don't tell them that they're infringing on my time. I have never tried to be a 15-minute YouTube video program. I have told you all since day one that I rejected that 15 minutes thing. When YouTube opened up unlimited time, and I said, thank goodness, because I need to be long form, because we can't get folk corrected in 2 minutes. 30 seconds. I need time to start unraveling this knot that you've been tied into. But when I unravel it, it's going to stay unraveled. This is the thing that frightens the Roland Martins and the Kamala Harrises and the Joe Bidens. That there's somebody out there who I'll just go one by one. And because the real thing is I talk to one person and then they go talk to just 2 other people. That's all I need. I just talked to this one woman here. She go talk to 2 other people with the same thing I just said. Bam, there you go. That's all I'm looking for. I don't need to get 50%. 10% will do me. Oh, we're already at 10%. On to the next 10%. On to the next 10%. Yes, this is exactly where they need to be. Exactly where they need to be. What happened to D, by the way? Y'all, what happened to D and Dominique? Shout out Kareem. Kareem is giving out memberships here on the channel. Appreciate that, Kareem. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate that. Also to Rhonda. My girl Rhonda. We got to see what we can do for you here. We appreciate that as well. Go ahead and get back here on Zoom. Let me see if I can I think this is Don from San Francisco. He heard somebody was from California on the line. Wake up, Don. Okay, Don, where are you, sir? He's slowing the program down. All right, Don, unmute yourself.
Unmuted, sir.
Okay. All right,
Don.
Don.
To get unmuted, sir.
All right, Don, what's on your mind?
Well, I heard you say something, actually on the last caller and what you guys were talking about. And she mentioned something that was as true as truth can be. Because we talk a lot about, the things that are done to our people and what we've gone through and all these things. but we never get to the root cause.
Okay, give me the Reader's Digest. Give me the Reader's Digest version, Don.
Okay, there was something mentioned about Israelites. And the reality is this. All these things have been spoken. If people are not versed in our history, which is that book which was co-opted, and it's not a religion, it's the book of the people of our nation and the things that have happened to them and the things that would happen to them. All foretold. So what we're dealing with, when we're dealing with all these people, you can look in Psalms 83, where it said all the nations are going to be against you. When you look in the curses, where it talks about you're going to be a hissing and a byword, you can go any place in the world and you are a nigger. We are the people of this book, and see, our people need to come around to the understanding that they've been brainwashed. All these other things out there are religions. Man's attempt. Our people have to come out of the delusion of what they've been put into, which actually enslaved them, because Christianity is nothing more than white supremacy. And if you don't believe me, you can go back to looking at the times of the Inquisition in Spain and Portugal, and you will see that the inquisitors were actually, we were the subject of their inquisition because of our true culture, lifestyle, beliefs, and customs. We were the subject of the Inquisition, not these other folks that they play it off in history. And the thing about it is, when you look at the costumes, and I call them costumes, of the Roman Catholics in Spain and Portugal at that time, gee, they look really familiar to some costumes that are worn here that founded this nation. So if you really want to know the truth about what's going on, you want to get to the heart of cutting it out, you need to understand first who you are. Then you won't have any questions about why this is happening, because it was all prophesied. But
I agree. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, Don. All right, folks. Jason, let him talk. Let him talk. Thank you very much. Here, Reader's Digest version. I got to land your plane for you. But the young lady there, she definitely got, that going on. And she's just one among many. She's one among many. This is the thing that the Democrats didn't learn. Oh, yeah. Let me explain to you a couple of things about that call. Do you notice that I didn't argue with her to say that she was wrong? I didn't sit up here and try to fight with her beliefs. I didn't try to tell her that what she was feeling or what she was seeing wasn't real. Roland Martin and the Democrats and whatnot keep running around trying to tell us that what we think isn't real. Let me explain to you why it is that what's really happening to you. What I said is happening to me. You notice when she said, does my mom hate me? Does my dad hate me? Notice I didn't get into that at all. I didn't get into that at all. Didn't get into that, period. I was like, okay, whatever you feel, that's what you feel. Whatever you think, I don't have enough information to be able to dispute that. It's not like I got firsthand, but let me talk about the parts I do know. I didn't try to convince her that it was a myth of her imagination. Roland Martin, his modus operandi is to tell you that you're wrong. That didn't happen. You're stupid if what you see in front of you, if you think that's really occurring and happening to you. That's Roland. We don't do that. And I don't look to politicians to do that either. That's why I told you all last night, Charlie Kirk has spent the last 4 damn years going door to door, and he's not the only one. They've been dealing with the grassroots of it. The reason why the soil was so fertile for Trump to win was because he's had all these other folk going around for years, talking to people one-on-one, dealing with these things one-on-one, doing the intellectual hand-to-hand combat at the ground level so Trump can just come give a speech. People like Roland Martin don't win elections and can't win elections because they can't change the society. We change societies. I don't focus on elections. I just focus on changing the people. After that, the society must change. It must change after that. Let me go ahead and get back over here on Zoom. Okay, I've got Riri here on Zoom. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Riri.
Hey, Jason, how are you?
All right, Riri, what is on your mind?
Well, I just wanted to kind of, I guess, piggyback off of the female that you were talking about earlier. I'm of Caribbean descent. My parents are both from Grenada, and I'm
about to say, you look like you should be a panelist on Joy Reid's show. I was looking at you, I said, oh Lord, is this one of Joy Reid's people from MSNBC? Call me up.
Oh, God. But to my point, the point I was making is until I actually found Tariq, which was probably like in 2013, the talk about white supremacy, it does not happen within our community at all. And in fact, when I kind of dived into Hidden Colors and all those other things, and I actually brought, my dad is a staunch Democratic supporter. He loves Kamala, he loves the Clintons, he loves Obama, the whole package. I remember I had brought the fact that the 94 crime bill was constructed by the Democrats.
And he just kind of dismissed that.
Oh, it was more than a dismissal. It was a heated debate where he just lost it.
He wasn't dismissing it, he was defending it.
He crashed all the way out. He was like, you're wrong. This is like, I don't know why you're saying all this. This is not true to fact. And I'm like, yeah, well, if you just research it.
He was saying it didn't happen?
Well, he said that, I guess he just never knew about it or just kind of dismissed it altogether.
Baby, I was in high school and I knew about it.
Yeah. So, and he's been watching. I remember like when I was a kid, Crossfire used to come on with like new great.
Okay, no. Let's stop for a moment here and dissect that right quick. Because here's the thing. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay, so you're a bit younger than me. So you're young enough to be my daughter. We're going to let that go. But that means your dad's older than I am.
Oh,
ma'am, he knows. My point is he knows the 94 crime bill, the whole thing about that 3 strikes bill is because we all knew that was targeting black males. And that's exactly what the prison industrial complex did. So if he's older than me, he knows all that. That wasn't a minor issue. That wasn't a non-issue. Not unless he lived outside the country. But if he was living here when that thing happened, and there was 84 and 94. 94 was the big one. 84, by the way, people forget about Joe Biden in 84. But if he was an American soldier in 94, baby, he knew about that. Don't let him play dumb with you. He knew what that was. So that's what I'm saying. What did he tell you? So if he was saying, oh, it wasn't like that, like some of the old niggas who called me 4 years ago, well, some of them need to get locked up, or, well, it wasn't as, well, if you didn't break the law, if he was saying that to you, that's one thing. If he said he don't even know it happened, then that's a lie. That's just a lie.
What I figured out, especially during this whole election, and with also finding you guys in the Black media, whenever I counteract or whenever I say something that is opposing to what he believes, he just kind of dismissed it. I'm like, well, here are the articles, here are the facts, here's basically what it is. Here's Kamala Harris saying she's not going to support reparations with a big no at the end. He just either walks away or walks out of the room and doesn't even like.
Okay, but here's a better question then. If he's doing that, he's doing that for a reason. So, especially if you're going that hard body. So what is the benefit that he was claiming he was getting for supporting them?
I think it roots back to what you were talking about with the whole, well, he obviously does not have a benefit in it. I just think a lot of people.
No, he must have been advocating for something. There must have been something he was saying that they were doing right.
Well, to what I was to my point I was going to make was, white supremacy isn't talked a lot about in our community. A lot of our community members are blinded by the fact that, or just ignore or have accepted the fact that white people are kind of sitting at the top of the pyramid and they just kind of go along to get along. Obviously, if he sits down and he just is honest with himself, he's getting absolutely nothing out of this, but just a black face sitting in a position that is being pulled by white strings.
No. Disagree. Because contrary to popular belief, let me go ahead and explain this to you. Contrary to popular belief, the old niggas do get something. I've always told you all this. I've been reiterating this lately. They do get something. They're either, the Democrats didn't throw out prescription drugs because they were bored. It's something that they're already doing. It doesn't require doing anything more, and then they can just bandy that is important. And for folks as they get older, especially if they never got their money right or their finances right, prescription pill assistance, that's all they focus on. It's not like they're going to the park. It's not like they're going to the club anymore. So dealing with the arthritis and high blood pressure, they're spending a lot more time addressing that. So there must be something in there. So if your dad has a chronic issue, if he has a chronic illness, if he's got student loan debts or something, there's something in there that's resonating with him.
Well, we're not even from the States. I live in Toronto. So that's why I made that point where we really don't get anything out of, like, he at least doesn't get anything out of supporting Kamala, because I'm like, you're not even from there, one. So like,
does he come to the States?
No.
He's never been on American soil?
Well, he's been to America a couple times, but we don't live there. He doesn't have any residence there. Like, he doesn't have any, like, he's not a taxpayer there, so.
But you are.
No, I live in Toronto as well.
Okay, you live in Toronto also, but
yes.
You're just saying he's a Black Canadian, and he's a hard-body supporter for the Democrats.
He's Black Caribbean, so, but he's been here since like the late 80s.
Yeah, baby. If he's doing that, he's doing it for a reason. He's not doing that just for no reason. There is something that resonates with him. I don't know if he got kinfolk in the States. I don't know what the situation may be there, but there's something there that's not being discussed. He's not doing that for no reason. Contrary to popular belief, people don't just do things for no reason. He does have a reason. There's something that interests him. There's something he's aspiring to, something he didn't get. There's something going on there. There is. You might be better off talking to your uncles or your aunts about it to find out what that is. If he's not being forthcoming, your uncles or your aunts probably will be. That there's something, maybe a historical anecdote, maybe a white chick. What? You laughing, I'm not. I'm just saying that, yeah, you're about to say, folks, this is what I mean with the young lady who just got off the phone with me. I know these can be awkward conversations to even having your head. It's like, whoa, do I want to get into my dad's dating life younger? But I'm just like, this is something for Barack Obama's daughters to know. Hey, girls, did you know that your daddy dated nothing but white women until he met your mom? If you knew that, would that explain a lot of his behavior as opposed to you saying he's just doing it for no reason? Because I know who Barack Obama was dating. I'm like, well, that explains why his daughters are where they are. If you had some of that background information, maybe we would clarify for you. It's like, oh, there is a reason. Oh, man, he's still chasing that? He's still worried about that? Dude, you're not even an American citizen. Well, some of you would be surprised and shocked at what motivates people.
Yeah, and I've noticed, I'm not too sure if it's maybe the fact that she claims to be Jamaican, but I know a lot of the older folk here who are Caribbean, they support her. I've not really seen, or like they've said they would rather her be in office. I'm not too sure. I haven't seen many older folk who are Caribbean kind of dismiss her or place her in a category where they don't want anything to do with her.
Well, the real thing is we haven't even really concretely confirmed her Caribbean bona fides. But what I will say is for some of them, that might be a point of commonality that they can identify with. But that comes at the expense of ignoring literally everything else. And that's problematic. Now, what about your mom?
She gets it, because when I break it down to her, when me and my brother break it down to her, she's understanding, but she just kind of just remains mute on the situation, because when you tell him something or when you bring up an article or when you talk about how, I believe it was Stephen Mnuchin who helped sponsor her run for senator in 2016. Like, there were literally like liberal articles explaining that, and I sent them to him. She gets it, she understands it, but she just rather not fight with him because it just it just makes everything go.
I mean, and the other thing is, remember, cognitive dissonance is a real thing. When people have been wrong for so long, it's a more devastating thing for them to let go of being wrong than it is to actually correct themselves. Because I got a feeling your dad's probably a pretty prideful person too.
Yeah,
okay, and so what you are dogmatically trying to do is get him to admit he's wrong. I'm not even crazy enough to think I'm going to get Trump to admit he's wrong. So you're going to, if your dad's particularly stubborn or prideful or, conceited, you're trying to get him to say he's wrong, baby, that's a fool's errand. That's not happening.
Yeah, we left it alone. I remember the night before or the hours before they were going to call the election, he was like, "Oh, Kamal's going to win," and I just kind of sat there quiet because
Oh, that had to be a rough night for him.
Oh, I was up at he hasn't even said anything about it. I say good morning, but I told him what was going to happen. I told him about Joe Biden, and pretty much I just regurgitate what you guys and Tariq and everybody else have been saying.
That fella had a pound of weed. I mean, a fifth of Jack Daniels in one hand and a bag of coke in the other that night. Boy, it was rough on him.
Well, usually CNN, whenever I come in, CNN is always on.
They tried to help him. CNN waited until 3:00. They refused to concede the election. They was trying to help your dad. They was trying to help him.
I remember. Yeah, but I haven't seen CNN on since November 6th. So.
Oh, he's boycotting CNN. He's taking a fast. Oh, he's hurting. Oh, he is hurting. He's never gonna watch TV again.
Yeah.
He's gonna go Netflix. Something safe.
Well, it's all sports now, so I'm just like, okay.
Well, you say he ain't gotta see a Democrat on sports, dude. It's just the Packers versus the Cowboys. He ain't gotta worry about. Now he doesn't have to worry about an election at least. Okay, at least he got that going for him. I'll be damned. That explains so much. That explains a lot. Well, what I will tell you, like I say, that's your dad. You know, I don't think his knowledge of it is what's lacking. I think is that this is the gamification of politics. And in that case, what happens is the politicians and the political structure have deceived them into treating this like a football game. So you become a fan of the team. So you support the team even when they're putting out a bad product, even when they're screwing up every game, even when they're hiring bad coaches and recruiting bad players. You just keep coming to the stands and paying your money with the hope that they'll eventually turn this around. And that's easier for him to do in his damn 60s. You're in your 30s. Now, you're in Toronto, so you know what I'm going to say next.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody and their mama in North America, well, our part of North America, fixates on New York, L.A., Atlanta, Miami for the skyrocketing prices there. For those of you who have not been to Toronto in the last decade, you won't recognize the damn place. Toronto is probably is the fastest growing city in Canada, period. Fastest growing in Canada, period, and the most outrageously overpriced with absolutely no relief in sight. None. No help, no nothing. Trudeau out to lunch. Forget about it. Toronto is like the New York of Canada with the outrageous prices. You're 34 years old.
Yes.
So your dad, it's easy for him to ignore it. He was there when it was reasonably priced. Not you. It's a lot. That's why you're more sensitive to things like Kamala Harris and some of that stuff. And I'm more sensitive to things like Justin Trudeau. Well, yeah, I got to deal with that. We got to deal with that here. We're not a bunch of retirees. Oh, well, this is them young folks' problem. Okay, well, we got to deal with this. So supporting bad positions affects us now. Supporting bad positions make your dad feel bad and go watch a football game. Supporting a bad position for you could ruin you for the rest of your life.
Like I also explained, I think you did a broadcast maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago where I explained how you were talking about, I believe it was private equity. They're pretty much making portfolios and just, I guess, taking, buying up small neighborhoods and then making into one big portfolio and then putting a higher price on housing and making it difficult for other people to, like people like me or people my age to actually buy a house. And it was kind of like, oh, okay. And I was just like, like, I don't think there's an understanding, especially with the older generation, the decisions that you have made, even whether it be the United States or here, it affects how I'm going to maneuver and how I'm going to eat and how I'm going to take care of myself long term. My mom has a better understanding of it. She gets it, but it's just kind of like, oh, well, I'm just going to keep voting this way or supporting this way. And it's just like, please don't, because I need to live. I need to carry on and I need to do the things I need to do to make sure I'm okay in the future. But like you said, I guess it's just the same thing. Everybody kind of picks a party, especially within our community. They pick a party, they stick with it because it's just easier and they've made themselves fans instead of actually looking at the facts and dissecting everything.
Well, the problem with things like what they're doing in Toronto and like what they're doing over in Quebec and things like that, the problem with that is that it's happening so damn quickly. Think about that for a few moments. Usually here in the States, it takes 12 years to get out of parochial grade school. Every time you see a tower crane, that represents a new skyscraper going up. And if you see 10 tower cranes there, you realize that's 10 buildings that will be completed in the course of 24 to 36 months. It won't take them a decade. It'll take them about 2 to 3 years to finish that skyscraper. And that's another $1 billion project that's blowing up the cost of everything. And that's going to directly affect you. Turning your city into a megalopolis. You're still here, but the place is transformed into a megalopolis. That's a hell of a spot to be in at 34 years old, with people acting like the policies they're supporting are irrelevant. And it's not, because you're being footed with the bill. Not at 64, at 34. That's a hell of a headwind to put in front of you. So yes, you are sensitive to those things. And he's more insensitive. He's worried about prescription drugs and football games. You like damn, a football game. I don't have Monday Night Football. I got Monday Night Overtime. That's real. So in your dad's case, like I say, look, I warn you all about these things. I don't teach you to hate your parents or whatever. I just want you to understand them. And just recognize at this point in his life, the things you're talking about affect him differently. He has the luxury of playing dumb. He has the luxury of saving his pride and his ego. You just don't be silly and don't think you got that luxury. You don't have it.
No.
So I wouldn't argue with him no more. You know you're right. He knows you're right. You're looking for him to tap out. I know it's very tempting, but that's not going to happen.
After this election, I'm kind of like, okay, like nothing has been said since November 6th, oddly enough. So I'm like, okay, like everything that I've said and everything that you've taught me have now come to fruition. And I think there's sort of an understanding or an acceptance of that, because when I brought up the 94 crime bill, he was like dead smack. Oh, that didn't happen. And then like a few years later down the line, he kind of softened to the idea. Okay, well, he obviously admitted it that okay, yeah, you were right. So even now with this election, like he's just kind of been mute, hasn't said anything at all. But my point was made November 6th. And I'm not going to even walk down that alley anymore, because everything I've said moving up to now, because of you guys, because of Tariq, because of Professor Black Truth, it's pretty much all laid out for me. So.
Well, like I say, just you've made your point in that the most important people for you to talk to are not your parents, it's other people in your age group. That is the most important thing you can do. The conversation you all are having with yourselves. When I started doing this almost 2 decades ago, everybody and mama was still worried about the damn civil rights generation. Here we are today. Now the old media is trying to catch up. Now they want to focus on you. People that they have ignored for the last 15 years when you were 20 years old. You weren't worth thinking about when you were 20. Now they all want to fall down and kiss your ass, but they don't want to offer you anything. They just want you to be okay with them without demanding anything. Unfortunately for them, you've been listening to us. They got another thought coming. When they come talk to you, you've actually got some demands and some expectations that they're not waiting for. So the most important thing for you, far more important than talking to your dad, is talking to your peers, talking to your girlfriends, any dudes you want to deal with, making sure that you all have these kind of conversations. Don't be dogmatic. You're not there to convert people, but make sure there's a consciousness about this. There needs to be that conversation going on. Do not be okay with nothing being said. This will directly affect you. Directly. So the time you put into your dad is great. Cut your teeth there. But more importantly, talk to your friends. Talk to other people you know in your age group. You're not just the future. You're now the present. Thank you very much for this call tonight. Riri from Canada. I am global. We are worldwide, and this is exactly the kind of conversation that we need to have for all the folks out there who want me to rush through things and whatever. Those are the folks we need to talk to. They're out there. They're listening. I told you. They are listening. They're hearing a place that's actually saying, hey, you're making good on what we're talking about over here. This is the kind of stuff I'm thinking about. I try to talk to my parents, and I can't talk to my parents about it. There's a reason for that. I can't talk to my parents, but I can talk to Jason. Nah, Roland, it's a wrap. Forget about it, dude. You're done. It's a wrap. Let me go ahead and see if I can get GQ here on Zoom. Let me wait to see if I can get GQ here on Zoom. GQ, go ahead and hit the button here on Zoom for me, GQ. Hopefully he's not on the Zimbabwe broadband. Yeah, I mean, Canada, y'all. I mean, if you're in the Midwest, technically speaking, you've got parts of Canada that are further south than Michigan, Illinois, New York, So yeah, when we say Canada, you've actually got parts of Canada that infringe on the area that's actually south of many of the top northern states we have in America. So Canada's a lot more of a southern place, is a lot more further south than you might think it is. For those of us in the deep south, you might not be aware of that, but folks who live up in Michigan, New York, them areas, they know about it. All right, I got GQ on Zoom. GQ, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, Jason? Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you try to log in more than once?
Well,
you probably did.
Yes,
okay, there you go. Okay, I just want to make sure if I remove this other one, I want to make sure it wasn't another person. All right, okay. GQ, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jason, man, I just want to start by saying, great program as always, man. The greatest on YouTube, if you ask me. You spot on, man, when you talk about the Democrats, Roland Martin, want to dictate to us, and every time we voice our opinion about how we feel about things, it's always anecdotal. We're dumb. We don't understand politics. This is the argument I have with all the Democratic shields. You don't know what you're talking about. Look at the statistics. They want to show me, these papers. You got to analyze this. You don't study politics like I do, but I'm telling you what's going on my kitchen table. I'm telling you every time I run a re-entry program for ex-cons when they come home and get them jobs from the halfway house. And I'm telling you, when I was getting them jobs in 2016 through 2020, I had absolutely no problem. As soon as they got out, I had a job lined up for them. I had relationships with these warehouses, with these factories. Over the last 4 years, it might take me 3 months to get somebody placed. I've had to create jobs for my re-entries. I started a landscaping company so they can go to work. It's a real problem, but when you try to voice this to these Democratic shields at town home meetings and everything, I'm here in Chicago, by the way, I'm sorry, Jason. And when you try to voice these things to these people, it's an issue. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. You're dumb.
Okay, nigga, did you get up to go answer the door?
I have to explain to you what's going on. You don't know what's going on. This is crazy. They, like you said, they know what's better for us than we know.
Well, that's the whole thing about it, is that politically speaking, they say that talking to black folk, it's not talking to us, it's talking down to us. Where everybody else, they listen to what they have to say and then say, okay, here's what we're going to do for you. For us, they walk up on us telling us, well, you ain't going to get nothing, but you need to do what we said. So for everybody else, they do what they say. But for us, you need to do what we, the politicians, say. And that's the biggest problem I've had with the old niggas. It's like, y'all should have cut that off decades ago. You should have never let them sit up here and think they could talk to you like that. Because now they sit up here trying to talk to the children's grandchildren this way. And then trying to stand on it. So we wouldn't be in this position now if y'all had stood 10 toes down back then. They wanted to get a damn pat on the head and get some white politicians to show up at their church so this could be another social flex. We don't want to flex on them. Joe Biden showing up in my neighborhood is not a flex. That's a fail. So our perspective on this is totally different. I'll let you have the last word.
And for Roland to sit up there and say that he been warning people about the couch, that's like you playing with us, Roland. What are you talking about? You called. You was just like the rest of them. We dumb. We stupid. We're gonna price ourselves out by not voting. Vote. And if you want to be honest, they really don't need your vote. They got the nerve to say stuff like that to us. But
if they think they can get away with it. They don't talk to anybody else like this. Nobody else is going to talk to other folks talking about you need illegals and the price is going to go up for y'all. They're talking to us about that. We're sitting here telling you what's gone wrong for us, and he's telling us that ain't happening. That's not, they ain't affecting you. How the hell am I telling you they're affecting me? And then you don't turn around and tell me it's not affecting me. At that point right there, we ain't got nothing else to talk about.
That's all I'm trying to say, Jason, man. I appreciate you letting me coming up. And every time I come on here, I got to end by saying it's a mental, physical, and spiritual war, and we have to move accordingly. Be one.
Where are you calling from, brother?
Chicago, brother.
Of South Side, West Side?
South Side.
All day.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much for giving us a call tonight. It's going to be the South Side, the West Side. They don't fool with them North Side niggas. They suspect. No disrespect. It's about South Side, West Side all day. They my people in Chi know. They hear from the North Side. It's like, wait a minute, paperwork check. I say, Jason, hold on. Before you let him in, he from the North Side. Paperwork check. How'd he get up there? Who he with? Paperwork check. Paperwork check. Got to do it. Let's go ahead and see if we can check here on Zoom. What are y'all doing on here? Oh, wait a minute. Who is this? Who is this? Do my Humpty eyes deceive me? I did hit one other person's name, but somebody else just jumped up on here. Do my Humpty eyes deceive me? Where is he at? Where is he? Unmute yourself. Wake up. Put your,
hey, how's it going?
Put your surfboard down and tell Becky you'll be back within a minute.
My girlfriend's black, bro.
There you go, Dominique. My girlfriend's black, bro. I've been under a few things now since the election did. All right, Dominique. Nigga, you was okay. We were waiting on you on election night. We've been waiting for you ever since. Oh, you must have been on a bender. Where you been at?
No, I'm waiting. I'm waiting until the fat lady sings. That's all.
Dude, I told you could call up on election night. You could get your 5 minutes.
I told you I would call back after she won.
We said that you could call up on election night and you could rant for 5 minutes. You even called back and acknowledged that that's what I said. Election night come and go. He ain't showed up since, y'all. He's been in a state of depression. He been in a state of depression.
Call back after she won.
His little white and Asian girlfriends have been blaming him. This is all your fault, Dominique. If you would talk to your people,
my girlfriend's blacker than you. Shut up.
His girlfriend looking like Lindsay Lohan. If you had told your people what was going on over there, it'd be different. You got a girlfriend looking like Ariana Grande.
She's darker than the Nile, bro.
She's blaming you. She got you listening to Justin Bieber and old Eminem songs just to piss you off. So she's doing the most over there now. He's trying to figure out how to stay in her good graces. Oh, come on, Becky. It's not like that. I tried to talk to him. Those folks don't listen to me.
Bro, if you're going to roast me, I'm going to start roasting you back.
Dude, you don't want that to happen.
I do.
No, you don't. Trust me.
You're going to hang up on me.
Your month is already gone bad, young man. Just don't let it get no worse.
I might be older than you. You don't even know that. How old are you?
Dude, are you 50?
Are you 50?
So
I'm close. I'm getting there. Getting there.
You're over the age of 40?
I'm not telling you my age.
Okay, thank you. You teeny bopper ass. People already done seen you. I'll be damned.
Yeah, you put my video up without my
this little nigga ain't even got a shave. This little nigga ain't even got a shave.
Because you're petty. Oh, yeah, okay, what's up?
This little nigga don't even have to shave, y'all. He's talking about I could be old as you. He ain't got enough body hair to shave.
I shave every other day.
Anyway, what is on your mind? What is on your mind? What is on your mind, such as it is?
So, my thing is, I have a question, right? So, I see that like your whole like angle, your brand is about like bashing Democrats, essentially. Like, you seem to like not like Democrats, and you never really talk bad about Republicans, even though the like Republicans are like the party of white supremacy in this country. Like, you look at the people that they elect, how they roll, what they do. You look at like how they vote, where they are. It's essentially the like the party of white people. So in this two-party system that we're in, right? What makes you think that Democrats are so bad and so awful compared to Republicans? Just I want to hear it out of your mouth.
Okay. Now, first of all, Dominique, how long were you listening to tonight's program?
I really don't. I listened for a little bit.
Okay, he had to get Becky off of him first. Stop hitting me, Becky. Stop. I'm going to call him. Get over there and call your people and tell them. So
for one, I've been to Toronto and it's cheap.
He had to dodge them body blows. So, okay.
A condo in Toronto is like $1,200 a month.
Yeah, I'm roomed up with Becky over here. We split the bills. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, go on.
All right, okay. Well, the bottom line here, Dominique, is if you would actually listen to the program here tonight, I literally spent minutes going in on Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, and Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro. I literally did that tonight. Tonight. During the same program. Tonight. I literally talked about all of them. So your lack of listening in attentively or tuning in is the reason you didn't know. I roasted Republicans all the time. When Donald Trump was president, I gave him the business for all 4 years. Go check my archive. It's sitting right there for the world to see. Donald Trump was not president with me talking about how great he was. I spent 4 years putting the boots to his ass on a daily basis.
I mean, that's fair, but I'm talking about like most of the content that you put out seems to be like anti-democratic.
Because the Democrats are the ones in office. That's why.
Okay, so good. So you would rather have Republicans in office, like an open?
No, I would rather have white. I would rather have white supremacy not in office. But my preference is to have black. My preference is to have black. My preference is black empowerment in office, and neither ticket was offering that. I'm just not going to play dumb and pretend that one party is offering.
How can you be like for black empowerment when you're telling black people not to vote if they don't want to? If anything, that would make
that
Malcolm
is
X
black
and
empowerment.
MLK. No, it's fucking not. That's stupid.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's stupid, dude.
Oh my god. No, telling black people not to vote is disenfranchising them. The thing is,
you're speaking. You are voting when you and not voting is voting.
No, it's fucking not. By definition,
then you wouldn't be
voting.
Then you wouldn't be upset if it weren't. If not voting were insignificant and irrelevant, you wouldn't be upset about it.
It's because it's a foolish choice, right?
No, you're withholding your power is what you're doing. You're withholding it. We have I vote. No, sir. I voted in previous elections. I voted in 2020. I just didn't vote for these folks.
People fought for hundreds of years for us to get the right to vote. And now that there's an opportunity to have a black woman, she's black. I don't care what you say, she's black. If white people think she's black, she's fucking Jamaican, bro. She's
voting,
black, right?
Showing up at the ballot box is not the only political action you can take. You're young and naive.
But it's one of the most important actions that you can take.
It's just one way. There are other ways, including not voting. That's a political act also.
No one you don't care about people that don't, not voting.
The reality is not voting is a political act. Yes, it is.
It's a very poor political act.
Apparently not. You're complaining about it, so apparently it was very
because
effective.
You're telling black people not to vote. People marched. People died for this right. And
you
in
didn't.
Your, grandiose arrogance.
You didn't. Who are right? Wait a minute. First of all, where do you live again?
I'm not telling you. You already fucking showed my face.
You just said you're in Toronto.
No, my ex lived in Toronto.
My ex lived in Toronto, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Yeah, dude. Surf's up.
She was in Toronto. I don't know how we did this here.
I think it's anti-black to tell black people not to vote. Who they vote for, that's their decision. But exercising that right is one of the ultimate forms of power that you can have in a democracy. By the way,
and withholding it is a power too.
It started in Africa. It started in Egypt. It's not.
Dominique, withholding your vote is power too. Dominique,
it's power to look like an idiot.
Dominique, we are not going to talk over. Dominique, I know you're upset and angry and moistened and triggered, but you are not going to talk over the. You're not going to talk over the host. Voting is a political act, yes. Consciously, strategically refusing to vote because you're going to withhold your support of a political party is a political action also. We chose that this time we would not support the Democrats. That is a political action, the same as choosing to support them. Now we've chosen we will not support you. And we got a specific effect that we predicted would occur.
It's the coward's way out. It's the coward's way out. We have this right. We have an ability to change the world. People from around the world look to us to vote.
Okay,
on their behalf
what is it we were going to tell me what we were going to get for voting for Kamala Harris that we didn't already have?
Kamala, and you know that. Well, one, not a fucking
Kamala
crazy, not you're like your disrespect towards like women and anything that. Anyway, so
you don't respect the matriarchy, did?
Anyway, so
your toxic masculinity, y'all need to shave your head, shave your legs.
You sound like you don't get pussy, bro. So there we go. That's my joke. Anyway, like I was saying,
I shaved my legs, did.
So I think not voting for Kamala gets you Trump, and I think having Kamala in office for black people, for brown people, for anyone that's not a straight white male is better than having Trump.
Cis white males did. Okay, and you haven't told us what the benefit is.
I did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You just said, well, you said she's not. You said she's not Trump. She was born not Trump. You haven't told us how she's better. You haven't told us what the benefit would be. Second try. What is the benefit that we didn't already have?
So
second try.
A benefit that you didn't already have. So a benefit would be having a functioning democracy, having the heads of like most of the agencies not be fucking pedophiles and people that have been convicted and like that are under investigation for fucking kids, right?
But they're not.
They are.
She said that she was going to. She said that there wasn't anything that Biden has done that she's not going to continue. She doesn't see anything wrong with this. So, in other words, the status quo is what you wanted us to vote for. Because she literally said, "I'm not going to do anything different from Biden."
She has to say that because she works for him.
Wow. Like, okay. So what you're saying is we shouldn't. So you're saying we shouldn't believe what she says. So you're saying that we should not believe. So you're saying that we should vote for her, but we should not believe what she says.
No, I'm not saying that at all. You're saying that. I'm saying that you should look at her.
You said she has to say that. Was she telling the truth or was she not?
She was probably telling the truth, but she's also a fucking spokesperson.
Okay, so you're saying that she said she's not going to do anything different from Biden.
I'm not. So I think that she's a different person. One. Biden, ideologically, he's a fundamental Christian, right? He in himself is a Zionist, right? He thinks that fucking Jews, which, you know, black people are the original Jews, belong in the state of Israel.
And she's married to one.
That's fine. I'm part Jewish, bro. She was posing. See,
Becky, I've got my Jesus. Becky, I'm going to Israel.
Bro, every black, you know, so did you know that in the UK, the people that score the highest on standardized tests are the Igbo tribe from Nigeria? They're Nigerians. Most black people in America are descendants of the Igbo tribe, but we score lower generally on standardized testing. Why? Because we live in a society that's oppressive.
Okay, Kamala Harris said that she was going to continue.
Just a little fact.
Joe Biden, she didn't see anything that needed to be improved on, and she was going to continue what he was doing.
We have one of the best economies in
you call this
ever.
You call this the best economy for black people ever?
One of the best, bro.
You're calling this one of the best economies for black people ever.
No, it's.
You just said it was.
I'm talking about for people.
Is it or is it not? Is it or is it? Is this not the best economy for black people ever?
No, you were saying that. You were putting words in my mouth, my friend.
I'm telling you to tell us what you just said it was. I'm saying, is it or is it not? You just said it was. Is it or is it not?
And Trump is talking about giving reparations to white people.
Is this the best? Is this one of the best economies? Is this one of the best economies for black people ever?
I mean, if you're poor, bro. But I'm doing all right. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like some black people are suffering, but I'm going to tell you something. There's always going to be
Dominique
people that are hurting.
Dominique, last time.
Yeah.
Is this one of the best? Is this one of the best economies for black people ever?
Compared to what? The 1850s? Compared to the what?
1960s? Compared to 2020, compared to 2024 for every, compared to 2024 for everybody else. Is this the best economy ever for black people?
Well, we live in a society that systematically and systemically oppresses black people on purpose by design.
Okay,
so
and
you gotta be careful.
is
when
the
you talk
Biden
about
is
that.
the Biden and Harris administration also a part of that oppression?
I mean, like you can.
That's a yes or no question. Either they are or they aren't.
I mean, anyone. By
Okay,
that
I asked you, are
would,
they? I
but-
asked you, are they?
I think that in some ways, yeah. In the same way that
and
Trump is.
so you think we should vote for it anyway?
Well, because we don't have a fucking choice. Because
you do.
Because back when we were slaves, bro, and we couldn't vote.
We didn't have a choice,
right?
Becky.
We've come a long way. We've come a long way. And we've made advances in this society, right? Right now, this is the peak of technology.
He just told us we don't have a choice but to vote for white supremacy. To consciously walk in a voting booth and vote for it. We don't have a choice but to roll with it.
I'm saying the system has been built to oppress black people. And you can look at like the statistics. Bro, I lived in the ghetto. I grew up in the ghetto, bro. And I'll tell you, I didn't see a white person until I was like 8. I didn't know that I could leave the ghetto.
What about your anime?
Because the cops would stop you and turn you around.
What about your anime? What about your anime?
What about it?
You didn't see white folk even in your anime?
No, I didn't start watching anime until like high school.
Your manga?
So, I didn't start reading manga until like middle school.
This little nigga.
I read comics though.
This little nigga looked like Nikki Sixx and telling me that he didn't see white folk till he was a teenager. Come on.
Well, you sound like you don't get pussy. Keep going. Like don't make fun of me, bro.
Put your girlfriend on the phone.
She's not here right now.
Put her on the phone.
Why? So you can fucking cry to her?
Put her on the phone.
No, dude, you're not my dad. Stop.
I think that she needs to know what a man with a baritone sounds like.
Bro, a baritone and a lisp.
Okay.
Yeah, got you, pussy.
You got. He's got the lisp.
I'll be back.
Put your girlfriend on the line, and then we'll see how that goes.
My dick's huge, by the way.
You're talking to another male like that. This is moisture. This is maximum moisture.
Don't try to dog me, bro. I
Dude,
told you I'm from the west side, dude.
Maximum. I told you I'm from the west. I told you I'm from the west side, dude. I'm like that.
Where are you from, Cali?
Are you really trying to claim Chicago?
I'm not claiming shit, bro. It's
okay.
I already told you.
Y'all
I don't have to claim it. I already told you.
The west side of Chicago,
the
west side of Chicago would beat your spaghetti built ass down if you ever talk about you from the west side.
Talk to my Glocky, buddy.
West side niggas would beat your little light. They would beat your little light skinned linguini built ass down if you ever talk about I'm from the west side.
That's why I'm this crazy, bro.
I'm from the west side. I'm on behalf of west side niggas everywhere. You better shut the hell up with that.
Oh, hold up.
The west side will stomp your ass out.
I got a good one. So
no, you do not have a good one. No, you don't.
Mansa Musa, history's richest man. He was a black man, right? His dynasty set out to America before Christopher Columbus. It's actually written and recorded in history.
Dominique told us that we consciously should choose to vote for Kamala Harris, even though she's no different from Trump. We should just vote for her anyway.
I said she was different from
because
Trump. The whole part of my argument was that she was different from Trump. Anyway, Mansa Musa.
You haven't said what she was going to do for us that he wasn't.
His brother set out to America. I will tell you that black people actually came to America at different points throughout history.
You have not told us what she was going to do for us.
Navigator was a black guy. He was a Moor.
You have not told us what Kamala was going to do for us that Trump wasn't going to do to us. They're both the same.
They're really not the same.
What?
Like,
how is she? Tell me what she was going to do for us better.
For black people?
What was she going to do for us better?
People are black people. Well, better than Trump. I would say that 1, she is a legitimate politician. 2, she legitimately respects her job, right, in government, right? So that automatically makes her better than Trump, who doesn't give a fuck about anybody.
Okay, and what is she? And what has she done? And what has she done for us?
She's the vice president.
What has she done for black people?
she went to Howard, dog. You don't choose to go to Howard unless you think you're black.
Do you hear yourself? I keep asking about her, and you keep going around the world to Mansa Musa and Howard, and that's your sign.
The vice president, by design. By the way, I'll be back later so you can get your lick back. The vice president.
Dude, I don't want to hear about you and licks. This is all moist, unnecessary. Just understand, the biggest argument against Kamala Harris is you, because when you get asked a direct question about what she's done and you cannot answer
I'm
it,
answering it.
that's damning.
You won't stop talking. The vice president is by design a weak position. It's how it's designed.
No, it's not.
So
no, it is not.
No, it is.
No, it is not.
Compared to the vice president.
No, it is not, because
government.
unlike the president of the United States, the vice president gets to vote on bills. Remember, she's the tie-breaking vote in the Senate.
Yeah.
So you don't even know you're. And she's been the most, and she's been the most active vice president in the Senate that we've had in decades. You don't even know your basic civics.
Powers of the that's like her main job.
So she's been legislating.
Well, compared to like
you just said vice presidents don't do anything, and I just proved you wrong that she's legislating.
I said it's weak.
Legislating is not weak. She's been involved in all this legislation.
Compared to the other powers of the executive branch, yeah, dude, like declaring war and shit is like way more potent.
I just proved that you were wrong. She's been involved in legislation. I just proved it.
You did not.
Dude, when they start moist giggling, not a good sign. Look, here's what I want you to do. Go back and tell Becky, look, I tried to convince them there. You know, I had
my
to
girlfriend's dark,
day.
bro. She's like really dark skin.
Dude, if you don't quit lying on this damn phone, he's lying on Chicago. You're lying about having a female. You got a dude.
Why is that a lie?
You got a dude back there. That's what you got.
Bro,
you have a dude.
What's wrong with you?
Put your boyfriend on the phone. Until you do, we don't hear him.
I
need you to go back.
I'm your new dad.
Go back and try to see if you can sleep off or drink off the election. It didn't go well.
One more thing.
And this is why. So, y'all, Dominique did not want to call in that night. He's been sitting up there ducking and dodging. Becky, I tried to talk to those little fuckers. They're not listening to me, Becky. I'm from Canada. Let me tell them Chicago. I'm from Chicago. You from Chicago. West Side. There's not a West Side nigga in Chicago that would acknowledge your existence. If you showed up talking about West Side, you would get your ass West beat down.
And deal with it, nigga.
I'm from the West Side of Chicago, dude. He's from the damn west side of Paris, France. I'm from the west side of Idaho, dude. You need to vote for Kamala, all these cisgender, heterosexual, patriarchal black dudes. That's the problem, man. I have a dark girlfriend here. You gotta know that, dude. Does he sound like he has number one, a girlfriend, number two, a dark skin one? It's just, we had a dark skinned chick on here from Toronto. She'd be like, Jason, on behalf of all girl from Toronto, kick that nigga out of here. Now we know why Dominique's been hiding. Vote for Kamala Harris. What is she offering? She's the same as Trump, but vote for her anyway. But she's just as white supremacist as him. Well, they all are, but vote for her anyway. So we are supposed to consciously vote for the white supremacists. Y'all know damn well the last fella who screwed around and put his girlfriend on the damn phone, that was the end of his relationship.
Nigga, please.
Y'all remember my other YouTube channel? You all watched that happen in real time. The last nigga put his girlfriend on the phone with me. He was a single man when that call ended. The last one tried it and thought it was a joke. Y'all saw what happened with the last one. The last one put his chick on the phone with me. He ended the night a single man. She's still dreaming about Sidonia and the Mesas. So it's like, okay, dude, put your brother, you want to talk about it like that? Put your brother on the phone. Let me show folks in real time what a baritone will do for you. So And you ain't even as old as that other fella was. Because I would just tell your chick just straight out, what the hell you doing with this little goofy nigga? And when I say that and she starts giggling, oh, dude, your relationship's over. You're done. What are you doing with this little goofy nigga, Dominique? Soon as she do the, he ain't silly. Soon as she do the little giggle, oh, nigga, you done. She said, I'm not silly. You didn't hear that damn giggle? Baby, does he borrow your razor so he can shave his legs? Damn! Does he borrow your razors to shave his legs? She be like, he stopped doing that a few months ago. He uses Nair now. He doesn't use my razors anymore. He uses Nair now. Dominique be putting up stalker videos. Yeah, that guy Jason Black did. He poisoned my girlfriend's mind, dude. He poisoned my girlfriend's mind. We had a good relationship. I don't know what's going on. It's like witchcraft or something. I think he's with the CIA. We had a good relationship. Now he poisoned her mind, dude. She don't want to talk to me anymore, dude. It's going to be a rough-ass ride. All right, let me go ahead and jump back over here on Zoom. At least I'm going to try to jump back over here on Zoom. All right, we got iPhone here on Zoom. Oh, there you go. Speaking of dark-skinned females, there's Timmy. All right, Timmy, what's on your mind?
Well, how you doing? Good morning. It's morning over here, but that last caller is an idiot. First of all, he was talking about pedophiles in administration. You know, I spoke before about Kamala Harris. She had a lot to do with child trafficking and how she had covered up.
Okay, Timmy is contacting me from the other side of the world. All right, baby, the thing froze up on you there, so we gotta kind of keep it moving. Ooh, hell, hit the wrong damn one. Hit the wrong damn one. My apologies there. I guess y'all can try to get back on there, but Timmy, she kind of got stuck on that. Timmy kind of got stuck on that. Let's see if we can go ahead and take a look here. All right, we're on Zoom. We have Gavin on Zoom. Gavin, what's on your mind? Okay, Gavin is working out this newfangled audio.
What's going on, brother Jason?
Okay, what's on your mind, Gavin?
All right, brother. Thank you for having me on. I'll be trying to preface my comments quickly because I know you got a lot you're going through, but great broadcast. I just like to say this. The day of the election, when we're talking about especially the old Negroes and older people, this older generation, I was talking to my aunt, and she's got it on MSNBC, and she just so happened to ask me who do I think was going to win. And I told her just because I felt it and I knew just from the vibe Trump was going to win, I think by...
What do you do for a living, Gavin?
I'm an attorney.
How many lawsuits have you filed for us, Gavin?
How many lawsuits have I filed for you?
Then get your ass off my phone and don't come back until you do. Did you get that? Then when you actually put in some work, show your face somewhere. Until then, don't come back. Let me just go ahead and preface that. Before somebody sits up here, by the way, you want to talk about your useless legal class. You tell me you're an attorney. You ain't filed no paperwork. Ed Blum is out here tearing up every damn thing from D.C. to Santa Monica. And then you want to talk about a damn election? Nigga, you supposed to be in a courtroom somewhere. You supposed to be in a damn courthouse somewhere. All these damn Benjamin Crumps want to pretend to be legends in their own damn minds. Oh, no, you said the wrong damn thing. What do you do for a living? I'm an attorney. Okay, well, what your ass on the phone with me for? Have you filed a lawsuit? No, I ain't did nothing right there. Okay, well, then don't bring your ass back until you do. Contact me back when you do. We got the damn Federalist Society, the damn John Birch Society. You got white supremacists filing lawsuits every damn where. Niggas want to get on my phone pontificating about elections. I don't want nobody around me doing that. You got credentials. Nigga, you got briefs you supposed to be filing. We got a bunch of moist, light-skinned niggas calling me up with nonsense. Hell no. Was it Jason, you about that life? You damn right I am. For real, for real. Like, whoa, Jason, it's that damn real. Yes, it is. I'm not playing about this. Take a look on y'all's damn screens. This ain't no joke. Chuck Schumer is a lawyer, people. He's a lawyer, and he's gotten together with all the other Jewish lawyers in the Senate and the House of Representatives. Ed Blum has gotten together with all them other lawyers to go attack us in front of the damn Supreme Court. The black lawyers want to sit up here and bull jive around and call up to programs. This is why we ain't got nothing popping. You think I'm scared to offend them? Nigga, what are you doing? I'm hosting the program. We don't need you for that. We don't need you to call in somewhere and try to host a program. Nigga, get off my phone. You supposed to be filing some cases. You supposed to be filing some briefs. You supposed to be in a courthouse. Our enemies are, I say ours, I don't include you. Our enemies on Sunday are getting ready to file lawsuits against us on Monday. That's what they're doing. All these damn slip and fall, supermarket ambulance chasing dumb niggas out here. We ain't got nobody going to the damn bat for us. We got these damn slip and fall banana peels attorneys. And meanwhile, Chuck Schumer is about to damn me overturn the First Amendment. Don't sit up here and think you're going to flex on me about being no attorney. That's not going to carry nothing over here. Is you putting in work? Your paperwork came back dirty, chump. That's to all of them. Jason, you had them in your documentary film. I ain't never held my damn tongue. I don't have to go on a crusade about it, but y'all know me. I'm the only nigga. Did he say nigga? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
I'm the only one. They show up my documentary films. You get off code. Wait a minute. Jason got something to say. I don't have to go on a crusade about it, but I got something to say. I'm not holding my tongue about any of this. I'll be damned. These white supremacist lawyers out here, these Jewish white supremacist lawyers out here, they doing stuff pro bono. They making a damn charity career out of prosecuting cases against us. Every single one of y'all need to do that. Every time you hear somebody who black say they're a lawyer, by the way, how many cases have you filed for us? Conversation over. Done. How many cases have you filed for us? Huh? Wrong answer. I ask how many cases you filed and your response, huh? Oh, no. No, the legal class is useless. What you just heard there, that's what I think of them. Right there. All these other folk are lawyered up to the damn hilt. We got a bunch of jive-ass niggas ain't doing nothing. They're worthless. Your HBCUs, all these damn black academics, and they're worthless. All your black cable media people, and they're worthless. These other folk have weaponized their industries. Elon Musk has weaponized industrialization. Chuck Schumer has weaponized the law. Ed Blum has weaponized the law. These white academics have weaponized academia. Meanwhile, we sitting over here and I'm like, but hey, there's Chuck Schumer. There's Ed Blunt. Damn, they're at the Supreme Court. Did you say something? No. And you think you're going to diddy bop and dance around here? Oh, no. No. It ain't going to be none of that. No, I have a particular contempt for the black legal class. I have a particular contempt for them. I want y'all to understand that. I have a particular contempt for them because we've got activist white lawyers everywhere. These other communities got activist lawyers. I showed you even here in Louisiana, the so-called red Native Americans, he became a lawyer and now he's trying to get his people's tribe legitimized here. That's what their legal class is doing. Our legal class is sitting on the damn phone with us. We're getting things done, and our legal class is bull jiving around, calling us up on the damn phone. Nigga, you ain't supposed to be on the phone with me. You supposed to be on the phone with Chuck Schumer. You supposed to be on the phone with the first district court. You supposed to be on the phone filing cases. That's what you're supposed to be doing. And if you're a lawyer and you're no good for that, you're no good for anything. There's nothing for us to discuss. Get somebody else on the damn phone. No, we all got the same damn thing. There's not a one of us who can name a black lawyer who's worth a damn, who done gone to the damn mats and got anything done. If we got something done, we had a white lawyer. That's a damn shame. We got the Jewish lawyers are trying to go to court against us. You got to go hire the Jewish lawyers to go fight that. Benjamin Crump is talking about toxic masculinity and patriarchy. That's what they were talking about. We have to sit up here and go hire the same damn folk who are undermining us and hope you done roll the damn dice and got something halfway straight. Because your black legal class wants to sit up here and have they damn freak-offs. Have their damn junkyard freak-offs because they can't really have no fly ones. Damn! They can't even get to the nice 5-star places and then have their damn back alley freak-offs. And meanwhile, we're the ones fighting the damn white lawyers. The black media gotta fight the white lawyers. We don't have black lawyers fighting the white lawyers. The black media is fighting the white lawyers, the white politicians, the white media. We fighting the black coon celebrity. We fighting every damn body. And your legal class is out to lunch. Carolyn Bryant was allowed to die a peaceful death. And that murderous witch bastard whore should have been spending her last days in a jail cell. And if it had been Jewish people she had done that to, that's what would have happened. The black legal class checked out. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Malik.
And deal with it, nigga.
Yeah, I'm talking about you. Jason don't usually just go out there and name names like that, but tonight I'll go ahead and keep it a brick for you. Jason, who you mean? You mean Jason? Do you mean? Yeah, I'm talking about him. Yes, I am. I already told y'all about that. For those of you who didn't get it before, by the way, I already told you about that. So before you sit up here and break your damn arm, sitting up here spinning your head around trying to wonder who the hell's worse, by the way, they ain't as solid as you tell yourselves. A lot of y'all are just way low-key behind the curve. A lot of y'all really just don't know what's going on. You're dealing with outdated information of what you assume people are doing. You don't know what the hell's going on. No, they haven't done anything. There's no one representing us at the state level, the federal level. Nobody. We lost Johnny Cochran, and that was it. That's all. The rest of these niggas trying to find a white chick to get booed up with. I said it.
Nigga, please.
Keep it real. They just trying to find a white chick to get booed up with. That's why your damn black attorneys on YouTube. Yes, I'm talking about you, Mr. Blue Suit. Damn. Jason, he caught a stray. Okay, yes, I'm talking about you, Mr. Blue Suit. They brag about all the damn non-black women they've been with. Meanwhile, we gotta file our own damn cases. That's what we stuck with. That's what we got to do. They sitting up here trying to style and profile. You ain't heard of a single damn significant case they've touched on. I have presidents, vice presidents, political party leaders, major politicians who have nothing but scorn for me. I didn't put my work in. I've got FBI files. I've got Homeland Security files. I've got TSA files. I done did my work. I got my paperwork on the yard. You damn black lawyers don't. Because they ain't did nothing. I've done more with this microphone than they've done with their damn degrees. Y'all need to wake your asses up. I'm having no mercy on it. You come on my phone. I've got black women who've called me up. They are doctors. They are nurses. And they telling you about that they done lost their jobs. They done put their credentials out there. They've had to file damn mean lawsuits. Shout out Miko. The black medical people are trying to do something. The damn law folk are just saying, screw that. We're the hoes. Or in many of their cases, we're the dudes.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let's just keep that real for a lot of your so-called black legal class there. And I'm talking about the males. They trying to find a dude to snuggle up with. They ain't got time to file a case for us. Jason, you done went off about it. I'm yelling it because ain't nobody else telling it. If we gonna get that done, we gonna do it differently, but everybody's on notice right now. It's like, damn, Jason wasn't kidding when he said about the black legal class being useless. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. If I even sniff something wrong, by the way, what do you do for a living? Oh, I was a lawyer. How many cases have you filed for us? Well, I ain't really gonna get your ass out of here. We don't need to. You don't have an opinion we need to hear. You don't have anything we need to hear. Nothing at all. I done sat up here and bailed people out of jail. I done sat up here and bonded people out. I done sat up here and made sure they didn't have to sit up here and do no time. I done sat up here and did that. The damn black lawyers ain't did a damn thing. The stuff we really need, we can't get it. No, this is me serving the soil. I need y'all to understand. We're not going to tolerate white supremacy from without, and we're not going to tolerate buck dancing from within. No, we ain't. No, we're not. No, we're not. Ask them niggas to show their papers. Ask them niggas to show their cases. Ask them niggas to show their filing. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about a damn thing else. Tell them, hey, paperwork check. What have you filed? Where's your pending litigation? What motions have you filed? Well, you see, what happened was get your ass out of here. That's what happened. Everybody expects us here on the new black media to sit up here and do all the damn heavy lifting for every damn body, and everybody else can sit up here and sit on their ass and dance a jig. And the folks who potentially could make something really happen, they're MIA. Y'all sit up here and go on YouTube and whatnot. You should not tolerate seeing a black lawyer anywhere on YouTube and they ain't filed no cases. You should have enough dignity about yourself to say, man, let me flip over to something else. Not gonna sit up here and listen to them. No, take off your suits. No, don't bring your light-skinned broads.
Auntie, chill.
Don't bring your high yellow hoes talking about they damn law degrees and you ain't filed nothing of significance. Kim Kardashian is seeing if she can work that BBL to get her a law license. Meanwhile, you got the folks over here bull jiving on YouTube. Don't bring me none of that. I just wanted you all to see an example tonight of how we working it from here on in. Yes, I'm taking them to task. No, I'm not hearing excuses. Yes, we gonna check paperwork. Yes, we will. We gonna check the paperwork. Paperwork came back dirty. You got to get your ass up off the yard. Your paperwork came back dirty, clown. You got to get off the yard. Don't nobody rock with you. The fact y'all can still mention Johnny Cochran is your proof that, by the way, they ain't did a damn thing for us. And I don't want to hear about damn me money. The ADL, Ed Blum, they doing these damn cases pro bono. They're not charging nobody a damn thing. The lawyers who went after Alex Jones, they didn't charge a damn thing. These niggas got time to bull jive on the weekend and hang out at the club and tell you about they hanging out in Cancun. And then telling you and me about what they can't afford to do. While these other folks are going after us daily for free. To hell with your damn black lawyers. The white ones, they believe in white supremacy. They live this. It's a religion. They are happy and thrilled and self-fulfilled to get up every morning and give us hell. Black women tried to start a damn investment fund because the white folk ain't giving them no money. Now Ed Blum and the Jewish white supremacists going after them. Where were your black lawyers? Where your black lawyers to go digging through Ed Blum's crates, through AIPAC's crates, through the ADL's crates? Where's your black lawyers to go digging through theirs? To go look at their venture capitalist funds, to go look at Bill Ackman. Where's your black lawyers to go digging through Bill Ackman's papers and check his paperwork? Ed Blum showed you he could shut y'all down. Okay, where's your damn black lawyers to go through Bill Ackman? And Rubenstein and Goldstein and them over there at Goldman Sachs. Where are you to go digging through their paperwork? And Jamie Dimon over there at Chase. So they can dig through the Black Female Freedom Fund, but you ain't no damn black lawyers to look through these Jewish businessmen? But the Jewish lawyers can come dig through yours. And I'm not even trying to make this no Jewish thing, but I'm just keeping it real. By the way, I couldn't help but notice. So the Jewish lawyers can go digging through the Black Females Venture Capital Fund, but the black lawyers ain't looking at the Jewish Capital Fund at all. Not a one of them ain't even filed a motion to look. Haven't even filed a motion to see. But their asses will sit on YouTube talking about damn me Young Thug. No motions being filed, no, nothing like that. No, paperwork come back dirty. Paperwork comes back dirty. I'm not rocking with the black legal class. They got a long way to go to sit up here and get credibility with me. They got a long damn way to go. Long way to go. We don't do ourselves any favors pretending that that's not the case. Not at all. Damn styling and profiling. I need to see filing and motioning. I need to see paperwork. I need cases filed. I need folks tied up in court. I need people sitting up here getting deposed. I need to see that. I need to see that. Kamala Harris went to law school and then went straight to war against us. Monique Presley been to law school. That heifer been shaking her ass and playing around ever since. You can't name one credible black lawyer today that's put in a damn bit of work. Yeah, I know about the fellas over there in Tulsa. I know about them. I got questions. We done already dealt with that. I'm not going to sit up here and give them the business straight out because I don't even really know how qualified they really are to even be dealing with this. I'll give them credit where credit is due, at least on that. I'll give them credit where credit is due, at least on that. But other than that, we ain't seen nothing. Our black lawyers are sitting up here chasing ambulances, watching little old ladies in grocery stores to slip and fall. Meanwhile, the Constitution's been nullified against just us. Ain't nobody fighting these folks in Florida. Ain't nobody fighting them in Louisiana. Ain't nobody fighting them in Texas. Ain't nobody fighting them in Tennessee. If you can't get the ACLU to take interest in your case, there is no black equivalent. Not the NAACP, not nothing else. And even for us to do that ourselves, you do realize it'll take about 7 to 8 years and $250,000. That's what we'd have to do. And then it would take a few years after that because they would have to actually go into court and get versed in and take cases before they could become a competent lawyer. So we have folk who are not lawyers, even the ones who are, the majority are not competent. And we're up against ruthlessly capable and ruthlessly competent people. Yeah, they just want to hang out at their damn frat parties and brag about their law degree. Never mind the fact you didn't do anything. Don't let that get in the way. Haven't accomplished a damn thing. All right. Chuck Schumer and the boys are getting something done. No, zero tolerance. Ain't gonna have it. Yes, Jason, we clowning niggas. Damn right. Yes, we are. From here on in. There's a reason that lawyers don't like to call me. There's a reason that Butch. Usually I'm pretty hands off when folks have been guests on the program, so I'll be as diplomatic as I can, but you compromised academic niggas.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let me just leave it at that. These compromised niggas. They go to academia, they get their little degrees, they get their little law degrees, you compromised out the ass. We out here by ourselves. We're out here on our own. Y'all niggas ain't getting nothing done. How the hell you got a law degree and ain't got a damn thing done? Jason, that's not my area of expertise. Then you can go back and go make that your area of expertise. You can go file to get qualified in that area of law. And we ain't got time for that. Most of your black, I want y'all to understand, most lawyers are broke, and I talked about this before. Most lawyers are broke. And the reason that they're broke is because they're not competent. But most lawyers are broke, which is why most of them try to get mobbed up with a law firm. But that's the real reason you don't hear nothing from them. Most of them are broke. Most of them are broke. Most of them are struggling. Most of them ain't doing nothing. You be making more money at the call center. Most of them are broke and struggling. It is what it is. It is what it is. So that's how we end up where we at. We need constitution lawyers. You had one. His name was Barack Obama. Damn! You want to know about a constitutional lawyer? You had one. His name was Barack Obama. What? In case you didn't know, that was Barack Obama's area of study. In case you didn't know, constitutional law. So, yeah, those are your black constitutional lawyers. Just thought I'd point that. President of the Harvard Law Review. It doesn't get any better. President of the Harvard Law Review. So you want to know where your constitutional lawyers were? There they are. There you go. Over there. Calling you toxic masculinity. Telling you need to get in touch with your feminine side. Those are your constitutional lawyers, Monique Presley. That's them. That's them. If it's going to happen for us, man, we're going to have to build it from the ground up. If it's going to happen for us, we got to build it from the ground up. But no, zero tolerance. We right after the election. Hell no, we ain't going to be distracted. We're not going to be distracted. And I'm not letting nobody out here sit up here and mislead people. You ain't got a voice. Yes, I have a particular contempt for the black legal class. You damn right. Yes, I do. Just in case you thought it was a joke or I was just kidding. No, I have a particular contempt for them. Based on what we've seen, or more to the point, what we haven't seen. All the black folk claim they go to law school, the HBC. We get all of our black lawyers from the HBCUs. What the hell we got to show for it? Shut the damn HBCUs down. Okay, you've been turning out black lawyers. What we got to show for it? We don't even have them filing cases against these folk going to us in the Supreme Court. We don't even have that. We don't even have them doing that at the local level. And y'all know full damn well, most of these municipalities and school boards would back down if you so much as filed a lawsuit against them. That's what these other folk do. Most of these school districts who want to tell you slavery didn't exist, most of them would back down if they had a lawsuit filed against them. At the local level, most of these school districts would back down from that bull crap. If a lawyer so much as said, we're going to file a lawsuit against you if you put that book out there like that. It literally would be that easy. And we don't even have that. So don't tell me about Malik or no damn body else when you know that that's what would occur. And they're not doing it. But somebody gets shot by the police, folks, that's a personal injury case. What? In case y'all didn't know, when somebody gets shot by the police, the lawyers they send out there, they tell you they're civil rights lawyers, but that's not actually the case that they're filing. In case you didn't know, they're civil lawyers who are basically filing a personal injury case against the police department, against the municipality. In case y'all didn't know that that's actually the game they playing. You just think that this is a civil rights violation they're filing. They're actually filing a personal injury case, man. I got to give you the ins and outs of this because nobody else will, because your bought off dead black media don't want to tell the damn truth because they hope they get some ad dollars from these lawyer niggas. I can just keep it real. I'm self-funded. I can go ahead and tell like it is. Benjamin Crump and them, man, these are personal injury cases being dressed up as civil rights violation cases. But take a look at how they're handled. Anybody in here who's had an auto accident can see how they're handling it. You can see that there is no difference between that and a personal injury case because it's the same thing. They got you thinking they doing big things on the civil rights front. If it was a big thing on the civil rights front, you would be seeing things change for all of us on the civil rights front. These are individual cases that are being filed as civil rights cases, but being executed as personal injury. That's why they keep coming back over and over and over and over again. That's why they keep settling. Dominion did not settle with Fox News. When Dominion Election Systems filed against Fox News, they didn't settle, people. That was a real damn civil lawsuit. They did not settle with Fox News. They took it to the damn mat and they cleaned they damn clocks. They didn't settle. Fox News with all their lawyers and their billions in resources, and Dominion showed you what happens when your lawyers are serious about a civil litigation case. The families that sued Alex Jones, they didn't settle. They showed you what happens when you're serious about prosecuting a civil litigation case. Meanwhile, over here with black folk getting gunned down by the damn police, nobody getting deposed, no depositions, no cross-examinations, no trial, no nothing. That's routine procedure. That's a personal injury case. Anybody in here who's dealt with a personal injury lawyer knows the first thing he wants you to do is settle. He's running a business. He's not trying to change civil statutes. You go to court and get a verdict when you want to change civil statutes. He's pressing you to settle. He's trying to cash out. All our folk getting gunned down by the police, them lawyers cashing out. They're not trying to change civil statute. And they're damn sure not trying to set case law. These white folk, they are. Dominion is. The folks who went after Alex Jones, they were. The folks who's Ron Goldman suing O.J. Simpson. When folks are real about it, that's how it goes. It goes like that. It goes like that. In the chat room, Stephen X, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Let me get Stephen on Zoom here. Stephen, well, I need you to get on Zoom. Get out of the chat room. Let's go ahead and get you up on Zoom here. Stephen's got 2 minutes. Let me go ahead and put that up here for Stephen so he can go ahead and let me go ahead and get Stephen here on Zoom. Stephen's got 2 minutes to be here on Zoom. We'll make this our last call for the night. Stephen, we're going ahead and peg that up there on Zoom. Stephen's going to go ahead and give us a call on Zoom. I'm sure we just have a minor misunderstanding here. I'm sure we have a final, just a little misunderstanding here. We'll go ahead and give him a few moments here to go ahead and give us a call up here on Zoom. Very glad we have our legal eagles and whatnot. Y'all know full well Jason loves that kind of thing. Well, we're waiting on them. Glad to hear that. Where you at, Stephen? Ah, there's our good friend over there. First things first. This is Stephen's opportunity. Where are you, sir? There you go, Stephen. First things first. Turn off your speakers, sir.
Oh, okay.
Very glad to hear that. What's on your mind, sir?
Oh, yes, sir. No, I was just, you can hear me, right, bro?
Sir, what did you mean by what you posted in my chat room, sir?
It was a settlement. I was just.
What was a settlement, sir?
The Dominion case.
Okay, sir, I'm very glad that you said that, sir. Are you familiar with the actual workings of that case, sir?
Only.
Okay, wow. Now, you just told everybody that, well, it's a simple Google search. You're talking like you're an authority on it. You're talking like you're well-versed on it. I asked you one question and you crashed and burned. Second time, are you familiar with the mechanics of that case, sir?
Yes, from what I got.
Oh, good. First question. What did Dominion sue them for, sir?
Well, there were allegations.
Sir, second try. How much did Dominion sue them for, sir?
It was in the billions, but they settled for
billions, billions plural?
They sued them for it had to be over $1 billion.
Okay, thank you, sir. And so sir, you can call it a settlement. That's what kind of settlement is it there when you're paying almost $1 billion?
No, they settled for 780 something million, right? Now,
yes, sir. The question is, what were they sued for?
Because the Fox News was part of the toxic ecosystem that lied about the stolen election in 2020.
Sir, what happened in their case was the, quote, settlement you're referring to is Fox stopped fighting the suit. Now, that's literally what Fox did.
Fox Dominion reached 787 million settlement over election claims.
Dominion sued them for $1.6 billion. The only thing that they did was deduct basically what would have been their lawyers' fees, and Fox paid the rest. That's literally what happened.
So
Fox didn't say we'll spot you 700 million. That is not what occurred.
Brother, what you said was they didn't settle.
Every single story that you will pick up literally says that Fox has agreed to pay Dominion. What they did is they stopped fighting the case. That's what they did. Fox did not come up with some super savvy argument. They didn't wear the other side down. They didn't do none of that. Also, one more thing, except in very, very rare cases where you do not expect to recover anything, you usually don't go that far along. But what they didn't do was get Dominion to sit up here and say, okay, we'll take a quarter of it. They literally got damn near everything they sued for.
Right.
Now, please explain to me a settlement that requires you to pay basically what they sued you for.
Right. We're splitting hairs.
No, sir. I'm making it very clear that Dominion didn't go in the door looking to get pennies on the dollar. That was not what they did.
So, brother, this is something, because I believe in speaking actual facts. We're literally taking a
little... did they go to court?
Yes, there were court proceedings.
Okay, so in other words, that Fox News had to actually go into court and folk had to actually get put on the stand.
Right, but you said that there was no settlement. There was a settlement.
I said that they didn't settle with them. No, they got them in the court.
Right.
These other cases you talking about didn't even make it that far.
Exactly. That's the major point.
Yes, they settled out of court. Dominion did not settle with these folk. Dominion said, we'll do all our talking when we get to court.
Do you know when the settlement happened? It happened
2023. It happened in 2023.
The trial was about to happen.
Sir, they had already done that. They already had their court filings and their depositions.
Right.
Why do you think that's why Fox fired Tucker Carlson?
Yes.
That's why I asked you, were you familiar with the mechanics and the workings of the course of the case?
Of course. Like this was just a line item that I wrote in the chat just to correct the record. You know what I mean? I'm like, wait a minute, there was an actual settlement, but it was on the last day when the trial was supposed to happen. The larger point is what you're making, that Benjamin Crunk and these black attorneys are treating like the young woman for the settlement for $12 million. I remember saying online, well, her life was worth $12 million. There was because that's what they settled for. And so that's what the attorneys like Benjamin Crunk unfortunately do. Now, I've worked with black attorneys.
When you settle a case, you're trying to get out of that thing before you even get to court. There's no deposition. You don't have disclosure. You're not grabbing folks' emails. Dominion did all of that.
Yeah, we're splitting hairs.
Dominion did all of that.
Right. Depositions, I agree.
Dominion did not go into court looking to settle anything. Dominion said, when we get done, you're going to pay us out the ass. We're going to get documents. We're going to get emails. They did all of that. So Dominion did not tell Fox News, well, look here, we filed a lawsuit, but we can settle this on the cheap. They didn't do that. So no, sir, I stand by that. Dominion didn't settle this. They didn't.
I'm a reasonable person. If that's the point you're making, then I took it a little too literally what you were saying. I'm a reasonable man. That's the point you were making. I took it like, wait a minute. Like my brain went, technically speaking, it was a settlement. But I was maybe being a little too analytical about it.
You all cannot name a single quote settlement that occurred the way this did, where the folks you sued basically have to pay everything you sued for. Right. They gave up all their emails. They gave up all their folk there. They've had to do depositions. They fired the person. They fired their number one person. They took act. You didn't even have to sue them to get that. They fired him on their own.
Sir, can you agree that it was technically a settlement? Can we at least agree? It was.
I'm saying going to say Dominion did not settle with these people. Fox News tapped out.
Okay.
Dominion did not settle with them. The settlement, the way folk do it, is that they're just trying to keep out of court to begin with. They want to settle before you even get into disclosure, depositions. Fox didn't get that.
Okay. So we're having a word. Okay. Okay. I mean, listen. Yeah.
No,
okay.
I'm not even going to say that's semantics, sir. No. So you can go into legalese if you want to there. You cannot compare this to anything else you would define as, sir, you cannot compare this to anything else you define as a settlement. That's like, it's basically like calling it a plea bargain. Does that make you feel better? Okay, you're plea bargaining to 30 years. Okay, what was they prosecuting you for? For 30 years. I'll be damned. That's a plea bar. You call that a plea bargain? Hell no. You didn't agree to the damn sentence. That's all you did. Fox News did not take this to them. Fox News, all they did was tap out. Dominion was like, we're not blocking nothing. What do you do when Fox News like, okay, we'll go ahead and pay it. We'll go ahead and pay it. We'll fire Tucker Carlson, and we're going to shut everybody else down and tell them to be quiet about this stuff. That's why Rudy Giuliani was basically left out to dry, because they kept using his statements during that case. And that's what made it easier for them black women down there in Georgia to get this default judgment against him. Although in his case there, I don't even know if we really call that a default judgment, because he said he had evidence and he's refused to give any evidence to even defend himself.
What case is this you're referring to?
In Georgia, against the election workers in Georgia, the two black women there who got millions of dollars in judgment against Rudy Giuliani. The real thing is that Giuliani was told by the judge to come to court. He claimed he had evidence to defend himself. The judge told him to go ahead and bring that to court. He never did. So essentially, they've gotten a summary judgment against him. But do you even call it that when he's not even doing anything? So in their case, those women didn't give that up either. Now, they did what you're supposed to also. They filed their depositions. They brought folk in. They subpoenaed people. They subpoenaed evidence, emails. They didn't sit up here to settle nothing. So if Rudy Giuliani had wound up doing this stuff and then ultimately ends up, okay, I'm going to pay him $2 million. We'll settle for $2 million. That's what they sued you for. That's what they sued you for. You have conceded to all their demands. And you gave them all the evidence. You've given everything they needed. The only thing you're doing now is trying to forego getting a judge to do the verdict against you. Okay, well, I'll just go ahead and concede to your demands and we'll call it a settlement. Well, I'll be damned. That's a plea bargain by another name. What the hell?
Yeah, you were speaking politically. I was just making a legal statement. That's all we had a misunderstanding.
Fox News tapped out because this was a case they could not win. And they just said, okay, let's just end the case. Y'all want to get paid? Here you go.
But I'm going to just say this, sir.
You can't compare that to anything else.
In the lexicon, and if you just simple Google search, it clearly says settlement. So, I'm looking at
the entire functional purpose of a settlement is to prevent disclosure.
Well, that's one of the intents.
But sir, what good is a quote settlement if you've already given everything away? If you've already gotten them to open our books, to go through our emails, to depose people, and then we paid them almost the whole amount that they sued us for.
Okay, then it's a settlement.
What good is the settlement?
Yeah, it's a settlement just in name, but not in substance. So yes, I agree.
I'll be damned. I would love to go into court against somebody who considers that to be a settlement all the damn time. I'll be damned. And then they fired Tucker and he's exiled for life?
Right. I mean,
here's my thing. I would hate for black folk to go into court and think that this is a win. Oh, well, if we can get them to settle and think that this type of quote settlement is a win. It's like, dude, that's what I meant by this. Is like getting somebody to plea bargain. Okay, the prosecution wants to give you 30 years. We're plea bargaining you to 30 years, but but you won't have to plead guilty.
Yeah.
So I don't plead guilty. No. But I still have to serve the 30 years. Yes. Really?
It's sort of like an unnamed artist that's currently incarcerated that settled with another person that happened. I think we all know names, and they paid the next day after they got sued. That's sort of like a settlement. But
if anybody in here thinks that is going to be a positive way of dealing with the court system, that, hey, by the way, my lawyers can get this case settled for you. You're going to have to pay out everything, give up all your emails, give up your information, get deposed, and pay the whole amount they want. But I can settle that for you. Really? Okay.
Right.
Let me make sure y'all are very, very clear about that. You call that's a settlement? If concede to every damn thing they said, how is that not? Well, we'll rename this a settlement. That's a settlement? They got everything they asked for. They've punished us in every way they said they wanted to. Well, yes. See, we've settled. No, that's not a settlement. Does that make you feel better? What the police departments did, they stopped you. You don't get any deposition. You don't get any disclosure. You don't get any evidence. You don't get nothing. We didn't get anything on them. I would hate for you all. All I can say is, people, if you think that's a good lawyer who tells you, hey, I can negotiate a settlement. They've already started the trial, but I can negotiate a settlement. What kind of settlement? Just pay everything and do all the time they told you. Okay. Well. So the folks who are prosecuting us are not going to back down from anything. Nope. So they're going to press us for everything they came for. Yes. And you're advising me to just give them everything they want. Yes. And you're saying that's a settlement. Yes. Well, at least you won't get the judge to render a verdict against you. What the hell kind of crazy ass lawyer you got? No, folks, I'm serious about what I'm saying. Jason just arguing it. Do you hear yourselves? Let's be logical. Just be logical about that for just a second. All I can say is, no wonder we're in the legal situation and position we're in if we got black folk who are defining that as a win. Hey, I can negotiate a settlement. That's a settlement? Paying them, conceding to all their demands is a settlement? That sounds like giving up. You know, when they blocked us from being able to get information and disclosure of that, that sounds like a settlement. Okay, well, like I say, the law firms are get them, got them, and gone. The law offices are get them, got them, and gone. We got here for a reason. Please keep that in mind. I've had the legal community sit up here and derail things, but folks, all I can say is if you call that a settlement, I would love to sue all of y'all. I would love to, let me tell y'all, people would love to sue you all damn day if you call that a settlement. If you want to treat that like, well, I got a settlement. This is your settlement? I mean, the trial has already started and they deposed everybody here and we got evidence. They took all my emails here and I'm going to pay them everything they want, but we've negotiated a settlement. That was the settlement you negotiated? I thought negotiating a settlement was to stop them from doing this kind of thing. All right. Folks, the Democrats didn't learn anything from the election. The Democrats didn't learn anything from the election. Hopefully we learn a little bit more here. Hopefully we learn a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend. Some holidays are in between. Click that red subscribe button. Click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you have not been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, you want to go check out our groundbreaking best-selling documentary work, 7 a.m., 8 a.m., Gentrified Race War. You want to go ahead and check it out as well. blackchannelfilms.com. We've come a long way here. We got a long way to go. Progress can be incremental, but progress is required here. Oh, wait a minute. One more big thing here. Shout out to Demi. Oh, wrong one for you, baby.
I told you all that I was the greatest of all time. I told you today I'm still the greatest of all time.
All right, shout out to Demi there in the super chat. Demi says she wants to learn how to change the oil in the My Box, so gotta see what we can do to help get Demi gamed up on things. She says she's trying to change the oil on the My Box, so gotta keep watching there. She's trying to improve herself as a person, so we appreciate that, Demi. Thank you all for tuning in to tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future and the future is uncompromising.